Hello, everybody. Hello, and welcome to some Tales from the Foxhole on a Saturday. I am TrooperSJP, and we are here with the finale of Seasons of Death Winter, Out of the House of Ashes, with somebody awesome. And who that awesome person is, I will not tell you right now, because right now I've got to do the other thing first, which is to remind you, thank you for being here. Thank you for being here. Thank you for supporting us. It would be impossible to do this without you running around giving us good ideas for show titles and just being here and being cool. Let me see. What do I want to tell you besides that? Oh, if you would like to support us, the best thing you can do is be here, and let other people know that we're here. If you're watching this on YouTube, give a like, subscribe, make a comment, thumbs up, all that good stuff that you do. That thing. Otherwise, just hang out with us. I've got my chat up. Let me see. You can, if you like, give us tips and bits, and that will go to help pay for the cast and also any kind of commissions. You can join our Patreon, which is over at Academic Foxhole, and all of that goes to help pay for cast costs and for commissions, that sort of a thing. And if we have, you can hang out with us. I don't content lock hardly anything, although there's something I'm working on that we'll find out where that goes. But so even if you're not a member of the Patreon, you can just go and hang out and see what's there for the most part. And what else was I going to tell you about all that? Yes, we have a special sponsor tier, which is for $200 once a month, and that will pay for 4 cast members for one show for 1 week. And we have only 4 slots available for that, and we have 1 taken, and that is by Will and TW, who is our regular note taker and longtime supporter, and without whom I don't know what we'd be doing. He's great. And if you are one of our sponsors, you get a special shout out, which I just did, and a special spot in our credits, and a special radio ad that I'll play once a month or more if I feel like it. And we have a merch store. So we're at Academic Foxhole and Fourth Wall. You should check it out. It's very cool. And we have a Discord. You should also hang out with us there. And I think that's all of the things for the preamble. So without further ado, let me introduce our player. We have somebody who is matches my energy as a player. When I'm a player, I think about the show all the time. Whatever game I'm in, I think about it all the time. I'm like, let me think about the thing. And it's so lovely to GM for someone who's also always thinking about the thing. So please, super awesome person who I enjoy very much and who always makes me feel better. Werewolf, will you tell us who you are playing, and where you're at? Not you, but your character.
Hi, I'm Super Awesome Person, also known as Newton or WerefolfFeels, all over the internet. Although not all over these days. You can find me on Discord, in the Discord. You can also find me on Bluesky if you're a big fan of the skies that are blue, and that's roughly where I like to stay. I also have a Twitch account that I stream from time to time, and I'm planning on trying to get back into that. We'll see.
Do it. I support you.
It really depends. It totally depends upon my schedule. So Sundays would be great, but at the same time, there's a project that may steal my Sundays sooner or later. So I don't know. I'm working into it, but you can follow now, and then when I stream, you will know. On that note, hi. I am playing Dr. Illyaz Abadi, also known as the Saracen, who is a CSIS asset, not an agent. He is not an agent, but he's doing his best. His job is to collect information, not necessarily use said information. And so far, we've done a very good job of actually using what we know, because there's very few people we can trust.
Also, not necessarily being out in the field in danger, just gathering information like a regular, normal person.
Well, I think the thing about the assets sometimes is that they are very much in the field and in danger. They're just not told that they are, or know. I know.
And sometimes they're just used for where they're at. It's fine.
Yeah. And unfortunately for him, part of this is entirely his own fault. I mean, circumstances certainly are, worked its way around to get him here, but at the same time, he's made some choices.
He has made some choices. Yeah. 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 But he's feeling fine, right? Like he's got a therapist. Uh,
He's seen once.
that he's seen
this
once.
therapist once. And he pretty much therapized his therapist, if we're being honest with ourselves.
That's fair. A little bit of mutual therapy. That's nice. Just hang
I
out.
believe they call it friendship.
Yes. Is Illyaz really good with that? Having good close friends that he has emotional ties to?
How would you define friend?
See, here we go.
No, he's good at like having, he's good at making really close connections for a night or two and then never seeing someone again. That's what I'll say.
Right. So, a little bit of a recap. There's somebody who you made a connection with and who you were never going to see again, who, however, you do have a dinner with tonight, so that's cool.
Yeah. That's going to be great.
So, our professor is in London, day 2 of his conference, also this very large sort of UN trade conference with everyone who's important. And he's our professor. I mean, please correct me if I've missed anything. Just had sort of a nice conference, sort of hung out, gave a great talk. Nothing weird happened.
On that half of the convention floor, the hotel floor, sure, nothing weird happened on that half.
That is correct.
The other half is a bit different.
Yeah. That is fair. Yeah.
Also, I have a granddaughter to save now. Not my granddaughter, just the granddaughter of a different convention's different attendee. It's sometimes you make promises and then you realize, oh, I don't know how to keep that.
Yeah. So last time on our lovely, exciting show, there was an old man, a secret agent, who wanted out, and he wanted out now, and some other people did not want him out. He wanted out because he had some secrets, and he did not want to tell them to people, or beings. I don't know if you can call vampires people. It's a question. Anyhow, yeah. And so he was trying to, the CIA had a plan to get him out, to like defect old school style. And that plan did not go well because it turns out some vampires did not want him to defect and murdered a lot of CIA agents. So that was bad. And, then he was sort of basically stuck in the Russian embassy, trying to get out, not quite certain how. His granddaughter is also on her way in, and was also supposed to be taken out of the country. And our professor convinced him to kill himself as the only way to keep his granddaughter safe, after giving him some secrets.
Okay, what happened was exactly that. That's exactly what happened. You're right.
It's fine, though. I mean, I feel like that's okay. And he probably has lots of secrets, but the secret he told you was, well, we also learned that he'd been poisoning himself for quite some time, so that people could not physically torture him for information, because physically torturing him would kill him. So that kept him safe from physical torture, and he had a Hamsa, a talisman, amulet, that kept him safe from psychological torture. And control, and his dying wishes, if he could not get out of there, was that our professor pick up his granddaughter, and save her, get her out of there. And our professor gave as much information as he could that St. John Philby, Kim Philby's father, who, had been doing all sorts of things back in the day, including searching for a lost city, had some sort of something. There was a terrible secret that was somehow involved with a curse in the house of Al-Saud. And, which, not great. Whatever that is. We don't know what it is, but whatever it is, it's really terrible. And there were 2 keys to this ritual. And St. John gave his son Kim one of the keys and put the other somewhere else, I guess. And I suppose we have to find out about that. And Kim Philby gave that key to Shevlenko. And Shevlenko hid this, whatever this is, here in London, or just outside of London. And it's this important key that he's been keeping secret and that the vampires would like to have quite a lot. And he gave the coordinates, the Glasnost coordinates of this thing that has been buried to our protagonist, saying, whatever happens, you have to make sure this thing doesn't happen, right? You've got to stop this thing, whatever it is, and save my granddaughter. And then our Shevlenko died. And this leaves us on day 2 in the evening. There are some other things that have happened, besides meeting a dead psychiatrist who may be weirdly anchored to this book with weird magical properties, which is, again, not important. Despite the fact that there is clearly a vampire running around, a young-looking, arrogant, kind of Eurotrash rich dude who hanging out this vampire seems to be in some ways connected to the Bluesky Bratva in some way.
Simon Thornriddell, yeah.
Yeah, Simon Thornriddell. And he was also, there's a painting that our professor remembers that sort of had something that looked like him in it. Also dead body. A woman was murdered. And also, if I recall correctly at this moment, perhaps you might get a visiting professorship next school year.
If I live.
Could be if you live, and if it's safe for you to come back to London. I mean, so many ifs. But at this moment, you have a couple of elements, right? You have the Bluesky Bratva, one of these sort of Russian mafia groups, which is in town, including some important people are in town, and they have been observing our now dead agent. Our now dead agent, Arkady Shevlenko, also has a connection to a doctor that he was meeting to get some kind of privacy for some reasons. We have dead CIA, one live CIA who's out there somewhere, probably heading towards a shell company for extraction or help or something. We have got the museum, the CIA agent, the one who's missing, the 5th CIA agent. We have the Bluesky Bratva. We have this painting, the art museum. We have a dinner with a prince. And then after that dinner, a meeting with your Canadian CSIS contact, who probably wants to have like a debrief about, what happened. Because bad things happened with some murder. And then you have the next day, a granddaughter who's supposed to arrive somewhere, somewhen, by plane at least, but there's some details missing that you do not have. And you have the coordinates of this thing, and the good old Arkady Shevlenko wanted you to give the amulet that he had that is sort of fading in power to his granddaughter to try to help keep her safe. I believe, and then you've been invited to an opera on day 4. But you've gotten all the information, basically. Is there anything else that Doctor, CSIS, Bluesky Bratva, Museum, Russian minders. Yeah, yeah.
I have a second
Oh,
Hamza that I need to give to the granddaughter.
second Hamza need to give to the granddaughter. You figured out that the that one of the minders is a mole. One of the FSB minders is a mole for the vampires.
And I've determined that probably there's one in the CIA as well, which is why the fifth CIA
Mhm,
agent who was not
mhm,
killed that
mhm.
dreadful night escaped to in the word finance just left my brain. Financial sort of company that's a front for the CIA because they're not involved
Yep.
with the rest of the CIA, and they're
Yep.
yeah. So there's that too, which is on my
Mhm,
list of things.
mhm,
Which
mhm,
that's the thing I love about this game so far. There is
mhm.
more than I could ever do in one session or
That is true.
four.
You just have to figure out what's more important to you. And uh, if I recall, when we left off, you left the Russian embassy,
Indeed.
and you have to decide where you're going to go and what you're going to do. But before we do, what is your shadow and heat at the moment? Just so I can know.
That's a great question. So,
Mm-hmm.
my current heat is one.
Not bad.
Just one. Not bad.
Mm-hmm.
Now,
Mm-hmm.
Shadow's a tricky one because technically
Mm-hmm.
speaking, my heat,
Mm-hmm.
my shadow is one.
Mm-hmm.
But I'm going to I pull out the toque. I apologize for not having
Mm-hmm.
an actual toque with me because my dog stole it. It's somewhere in his bed.
It happens.
But I pull out the toque and
Mm-hmm.
I flip over the top lip, and I'm going to shove my Humza,
Mm-hmm.
well,
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
mine, the fancy one,
Yep.
into the top lip, so it
Yep.
just covers where
Yep.
my third eye would be because the toque is
Mm-hmm.
there, and that will
Mm-hmm.
reduce my shadow to 0.
That is correct. Um, I will note that, um, you know, there are, um, there's some really nice, great historic sort of like turban um, jewelry. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
That can, that, right? And this is one of these things where you could, it's, you would think, oh, that's probably what this was. That's probably how this was designed, right? That you could wear this in a turban, or in a head covering, and that it would sit there exactly where it needs to be. And so as you place this in your toque, you're like, this is exactly where it should be. You know what I mean? Like this
Yeah.
is, it was, it was made for head coverings.
Yeah.
Yeah. And as you wear this, there's a sort of people on the outside can't see it, but that sort of blue wash, this blue enameling sort of glows slightly, and it's a little warm as you place it where it should be. And your shadow score now is 0. If you had it is, what we call this is your shadow score is completely suppressed at the moment.
Mm-hmm.
If you, there are some problems, shadow problems, which you currently do not have, that you cannot get rid of unless you completely suppress your shadow score. Like you have to kind of basically get off the radar before you can get rid of them. Luckily, you don't have any of those at the moment.
I
So,
don't have a single problem, Trooper. There's no
that's
problems on my
true.
sheet.
Mm-hmm.
None.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. And that's really good. Um, what would you like to do?
Eat my words. What time is it, roughly? Because I went to
Well,
meet him at 5, I think, right?
mhm. I think you went to meet him at 4, right? It was about 4 o'clock,
Right.
and so like at this point in time, it's around 5. So you don't have much time left before you have a
Dinner.
dinner. Mm-hmm.
Okay, the first thing I'm going to do is look around because I'm trying to like
Mm-hmm.
get rid of the bits and bobs of Osman,
Yep.
of the
Yes.
cover that I've
Yep.
slowly been building over all this
Yep.
time because he's now been seeing the Russian embassy when a Russian official died. I can't use him much longer.
Yes. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
And
Mm-hmm.
I'm going to take a look around. I'm going to try and sense some trouble as I
Uh,
exit.
This will be a quick test. If
Hmm.
you do not mind, I would appreciate that. And that will just be a 7. Wait, no, hold on. It's not a 7, it's a 6 because you have a very good uh, cover at the moment.
Fantastic. That's a 5.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
I will.
Is your sense trouble
Hmm.
at currently at 1 or 2? Because you have a number of skills that have been degraded, if I recall.
Yeah, sense trouble was one of them. So now it was at 1. Now it's at 0.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
Uh, can I
It's a quick
stunt?
test. It's a
No,
quick
it's a
test,
quick
so the
test.
answer is no.
So
Yep.
that's a failure. Oh wait,
So, that
yeah.
is correct. So as you leave, you don't notice anyone. I mean, let me put it this way: are people watching you? Absolutely, because obviously they're watching everyone. Uh, but you do not notice the embassy spending extra time on you, or paying extra attention to you, and you, yeah, you don't notice anything else either. As far as you know, no one is paying more attention to you than they should.
Great, great.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. And I, of
Uh,
course, wouldn't be worried at all.
that's less great. That's less great. I don't know what's worse, the tone of the smirk. All right.
Mm,
So we've got about an hour left, and I've
yeah,
got to take the tube. But
yeah.
before I do, uh, I know the location of this office, this finance
You
company,
do?
right? This
Mm-hmm.
cover office.
Mm-hmm.
Is it
Yeah.
nearby enough that I could quickly swing by it and maybe arrive a little bit late to dinner?
Yeah, you could do that. Depending on how late you stay there, of course, right?
Of
If you
course,
hang
yeah.
out there for a long time, then that would be a little bit different. Um, but you could. You could. Uh, London's a place with a really good public transportation.
It's true. It's true. It's nice.
Yeah,
Some
like
days I miss
everyone
living
should have
there.
good public transportation. It's an
So
important
many
thing.
CCTV cameras, though. Just so many,
Yeah,
especially right now,
es-
but so many.
especially right now, which is fine, I guess.
I only have a heat of 1. No one's looking, well, except
People are looking out for you.
people are looking for a book. That's what they're looking for.
That
And
people
unfortunately, I
are
happen
looking
to
for a
own it.
book. That is the case. People are looking for a book, and unfortunately, you happen to own it, and the book is somewhat loud. Let's put it that way. The book is somewhat loud.
Yeah, this is great. Love that for me. Okay,
Mm-hmm, mm-hmm, mm-hmm.
I'm going to head over. Before I do though, I remember I said ages ago, not ages ago,
Mm-hmm.
before I entered the Russian embassy, that I stopped by a little shop and just picked up a couple things.
Yes, that's right. I remember.
So as I'm reaching into my pocket, I'm pulling out a pay-as-you-go phone, and I'm just like
Yes.
entering certain numbers back and forth,
Mm, mm-hmm,
just in
mm-hmm,
case I
mm-hmm.
need them, just in case I need a burner for any reason, because I
Yeah.
didn't come here with a bunch of spy equipment,
Yes,
so
that
I've
is
got to just
correct.
find it. Yeah,
Well, preparedness will sometimes let you say that you did have it with you,
it's
depending
true.
on what
It's
things
true.
they were.
But it's so
Um,
much easier to do narratively, and also sometimes I need the preparedness for other things.
yes, sometimes you might, but I'm just saying you could always use it like on a burner phone that you could pick up at a store, even though you already like you could just totally use that skill. It's not like, so you don't have it
I-
later. Uh,
I'm going to use my preparedness to get a toothbrush. Yeah, that's exactly it. Perfect.
I'm just saying maybe you need one. Uh, as you're walking, heading towards the tube, you're going to go to the CJH Investments Company, I believe is the case. Is that correct?
CJH. Indeed,
Hmm.
yes.
Do you hustle?
There's nobody watching me right now.
Mm-hmm.
But I think the most I'm going to do is speed walk.
Okay.
Because, I don't. There's a level of I just told a man to kill himself energy
Yes. Yeah.
And that, no matter how unfollowed you think you are, that's going
Yeah.
to make you a bit paranoid.
Well, I
And
mean,
Trooper, he's never been responsible to his knowledge for the death of another human being before.
at least not when you're in the room right there,
Nope.
so very
Nope.
directly. Interesting,
Not that he knows of.
interesting. Not that you know of. I mean, you might be responsible for people's deaths. I mean, you gave CSIS lots of information, but I'm sure it was nothing important. Could I get a roll?
You can.
Mm-hmm. I need the right roll here, though, because
Of course.
you decided to visit the investment company now rather than tomorrow. So I need a roll from you. And the question is, what is going to be the best roll for this? Sense trouble. This
I can't do a
is...
sense trouble roll.
Do you have no dice in sense trouble?
I have no dice in sense trouble, but I can find my way to do something, can't I? Is it a quick test?
It is a quick test, yes.
Then I got nothing for you.
Well, let's see. Sense trouble would be one of them. The other one could be... Ooh, that's a little bit less appropriate because of X, Y, and Z. Athletics also works.
Goody.
Mm-hmm.
Goody. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
Athletics.
Mm-hmm.
Let's take one die down.
It's a 6, by the way.
That's a 3.
Mm-hmm.
But I got another dice, so it's fine.
Mm-hmm.
That's a 4. That's a 7.
That's a 7. All right. What I'm asking you for, this role is about timing. You see. Because right now, at this moment, everything's all about timing. This investment company is about to close, you see. The question is, do you get there before it closes?
Do I?
You do, as a matter of fact. If you hustle, good old athletic style, you will be able to get there right before it closes. Now I'm going to ask you,
Yes.
would you like to get there right before it closes when there are still people there? Or would you not like to get there right before it closes? By succeeding, you can get there right before it closes.
I think...
If you failed,
Yes?
you would not have gotten there right before it closes. You would have gotten there after it closes.
I've been given a choice now, right? I wouldn't have had that choice had it come before. I think I'm going to get there just before it closes. I think there's something instinctively that's saying, I don't know the CIA agent or how they operate. I imagine that if I came in after they closed, they might still be there because there's a lack of hiding places for them now. I've been to their hotel room. However, that's not going to endear them towards me if I just pop up after they close, try to infiltrate, being not an agent, and confronting them. That's probably not going to end well. So no, I'm going to try and get there just before it closes.
Excellent. So, when you make your way to the address for CJH Investments, it is now dark because it is, after all, winter, and it gets dark early.
Yes, indeed.
And it's not like deep, deep dark, but it's, it's no longer bright and sunny. And this office that you're heading toward is in the heart of the financial district, so it's actually not that far from where you're from. So it was not that, you were able to get there right before it closes. It's an inconspicuous building, as you would imagine. And as you're approaching, as it's dark, you're coming from the tube station, heading towards this office. You see the door to the office open, and a young woman walks out. She's got like an athletic bag, and there's a man who's walking her to the door. And he looks like a businessman, uh, very sort of professional looking. And body language is that he's sort of irritated and she is not happy. Not good body language between them. And it's clear that he is escorting her out. And it's also clear that she is not happy about it. There is tension, shall we say, between the two of these people. And she steps away from this building for like 2 steps and then turns around to say something to him, and he just shuts the door in her face.
Trooper, I have a question.
Absolutely.
Athletic bag.
Mm-hmm.
I happen to have an athletic bag in my own hotel room from a different moment. They wouldn't happen to be a similar sort of brand and style now, would they?
They would exactly be a similar brand and style.
Okay. Oddly perfect timing. I'm going to...
She starts walking towards the tube station. You're guessing that's the way she's heading.
I mean literally, like not run, but I'm going to bump into her to the... Yeah.
Before you do, we have to actually just slow this.
Okay, we could slow things down.
We have to slow things down just a little bit. But nice not for any particular reason. Speaking of which, let me make sure I've got my audio routing such that good.
I don't trust this.
Great.
I do not trust this.
It's dark. And she has this bag. She's dressed professionally, but not like... She just looks like she doesn't look out of
place.
Out of place. She's youngish though. You would probably say like maybe mid-20s. She does not look happy, right? She looks like whatever that meeting was that she had, it did not go well. And you are guessing that she's probably been here all day. From when you went in and like cleaned up after her a little bit, you're guessing that she's probably been here waiting all day, and it doesn't look like she got whatever it was she wanted. And she's heading towards the tube station, which is conveniently for you, where you're coming from, as she's walking, and a very sort of like light rain begins to fall. And it's cold rain.
Oh, no.
And she's got her head down, trying to pay attention as she's moving. And you recall that the tube station, it happened to be not one of the main ones, and it was a little bit like, in order to get out of the tube station this direction, there was like a big, long tunnel, right, that you had to walk through before you emerged up. And
indeed,
there were not a lot of people in that tunnel on your way out. There are people around on the streets, though, here and there. Not a whole lot in some ways. I mean, there's a lot of attention sort of in other parts of the city. And she's moving through the rain, closer. She's on her way. She's going to reach you as she's heading towards the subway. And you said you were going to do something, if I recall.
I want to... that music is scaring me. I want to physically run into her. I want to bump into her to the point where she drops her bag.
Yes. That's easily done. May I ask you, what is the next thing you'd like in that moment?
I want to whisper to her as we reach over to grab our things. I'm here to help. Shevlenko's dead. Please trust me.
I'm gonna need a push.
A push?
Mm-hmm.
How dare you ask me? Okay. Let's do...
She doesn't know you. This is gonna have to be a push, my friend.
It's fair. It's fair. Can I...
Mm-hmm.
This is a thing that normally I would go to reassurance because I feel like he tries to be a very reassuring person.
Yeah.
I wonder, could I push tradecraft instead? Because this is clearly...
Mm-hmm. Yes.
This looks like,
Yes.
I'm presenting myself as a fellow
Yes.
agent.
Yes.
Right?
Yeah.
In tune with what I should know, and at the same time doing so without the kind of malice she probably felt in that financial office, in that investment company office. Yeah.
Yes. Yes. I'm going to tell you something.
Of course.
Pushing reassurance would not have worked.
Of course not.
It would not have. Pushing tradecraft, however, will work. And she looks up at you with distrust initially, right? Like, what is this about? Like, you can tell that she is a bit wary. But you say the right words, and she narrows her eyes at you, picking up the bag, standing up. I need you to make a roll for me.
Of course. Mechanics?
Yeah, no, not mechanics. So I'm going to tell you something. I need to tell you something right about now.
It's going to be evasion, isn't it?
No, it's going to be sense trouble.
God. Which I fail.
Wait. So, I have to tell you this thing. I did not prepare this particular card because I thought you would not go here right exactly when you did, in which case I was like, well, I'm not going to need to make a card for her because, you will miss that window. So...
Oh, no.
But you did not miss that window, as it turned out. So this is important because I can put this down here for you. It's very exciting that you did not miss that window. I just thought you would. So I was like, there's no need for me to make a card for her because,
So, chat, what this means, what Trooper's not saying here, is that I'm getting her as a contact because if I had waited a bit longer, she'd probably be dead, one. And two, she's got sense trouble. She's got sense trouble.
Yes. Both of those things are true. What you are, I am exactly saying that as a matter of fact. Which means you actually can use her sense trouble because she 100% has sense trouble. And you 100% do need to roll it right about now. And if you had not immediately come here, she would absolutely not be here right now for you to,
This is great.
have a conversation with. She has got a couple of skills here that I'm going to just write down these right now. She's also got shooting 2 and fighting 1. She's got a couple other things, but we'll put this here right now for the moment. But you did spend the push so that you actually can get access to her sense trouble. Please, and she has a sense trouble of 2. You may roll them.
Okay.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
Now
Mm-hmm.
what numbers am I trying to hit?
Yes. So, you need a 7 in this moment,
Okay.
and that's 2.
Yep. So that's 6.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
Is there a
Mm-hmm.
possibility of it? I don't know if this is a quick test or not. No one
It
told
is
me.
not.
Is this a?
It isn't.
Oh,
It is not.
okay. Can I stunt?
You may. What would you like to stunt, though?
I would like to stunt with evasion.
Yes.
I think at this moment
Yes.
I've declared that I am paranoid,
Yes.
right?
Yes.
And I see her looking around as she picks up the bag and immediately
Yeah.
clock onto what she thinks is happening.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
So I
Mm-hmm.
immediately go to
Mm-hmm.
wrap my arm around her and move her
Mm-hmm.
out of the way of whatever the hell's going on.
Interesting. Absolutely, stunting evasion in this situation absolutely works. You get 1 more die.
And that's guaranteed to succeed. That is a 12, my friend, for your 7.
That is a 12. So, and I'm going to just say that evasion is exactly the sort of skill that you probably would have wanted to stunt right there, as a matter of fact. So as you look to see where she's looking, right? You see that she's like, you bump into her, her antenna are up. And you see that she's scanning. You look to scan, and you see she's looking this way. You follow her gaze, and you look the other way. And there are 2 things that are apparent on this dark street. As it's now a little bit after 5, people are thinning out. She notices a van. A van that is that direction, the direction she was walking, towards the tube station. She notices that it's not exactly where they are, right? It's not exactly where the tube station is, but it's not far, and its engine is running. And the windows are a bit tinted. They're not so tinted that the bobbies might do something about it, but they are tinted enough that you cannot see who's inside the van. And she clocks that van, and you can see that, like, that does not, like, she doesn't feel good about that. But you notice something else that she doesn't. You notice 3 men. And they are just inside the tunnel, the tube tunnel, where she was walking, where you just emerged. And these men are pasty.
Mm-hmm.
They are muscular.
Great.
They are buzz cuts. One of them
Is familiar
you
to me?
recognize. Oh, yes.
Yeah, that's what I thought.
He was that Lisky Bratva guy that you bumped into on the first day. And they are just inside, and she hasn't noticed them. If you had not bumped into her, my friend, she probably would have just walked right into that tunnel. You know.
Yeah. I don't know you. You don't know me. I understand that. Those are Bratva.
She nods. And she smiles at you. And she goes, darn, it's so good to see you. I'm so glad you came to pick me up. And she puts her arm inside of yours, as if you two were old friends or lovers or spouses or something. And she sort of just links arms with you, and she smiles. And you can tell when you're closer that she looks young. You pushed tradecraft. She looks to you like a newer agent, right? She must not have been an agent for very long. And she smiles. She's, so, are we going to go to dinner?
Yeah, of course. I felt, though, that I could take you for a nice little walk before. And I, like, reach around and grab her bag for her, because if I'm playing the gentleman. And I'm going to take her perpendicular to the street that we're currently on. I'm going to get away, you know? And I know London quite well. This is this is a city that I've not really called home, but I've done enough studying in. And I'm going to take her to, like, probably some sort of pie shop nearby.
This was an evasion stunt as well. And so as you move right down the street, you're heading towards a pie shop. You can see that these three men start to move out of the tunnel. You got there quickly enough that you have quite a bit of distance between the tunnel that they're coming from and where you bumped into her, because you made some choices to be swift. And so it is not a close distance. So as you move, they would have quite a bit of space before they would be able to catch up to you both. And you are on the street rather than in the tunnel. And they're, does it remind you of anything when somebody does violence and then throws people into a van? There's a van waiting, but again, somewhat farther down the road. And these three thugs start moving towards you as you are moving away perpendicular. And tell me, what do you do? And she's laughing at a joke of yours, perhaps, but her eyes are scanning everything.
Okay. I think I don't have any weapons on me. I don't have any way to fight them.
That is also correct. But you are on the streets of London.
I'm on the streets of London. And I have... This is going to be such shit. I've got a phone on me. So I'm going to take this phone and toss it, like, as I turn again, I'm going to toss it in the opposite direction. And I know its number, so I'm going to wait for the Brava to follow us and call it to hopefully distract them to go the opposite direction.
By the way, they are following you. That's, just in case you were wondering, they definitely are. They are also clearly trying to wait for the right moment. Do you know what I mean? Like, they are trying to wait until you go somewhere, because you did you did stunt evasion, less visible, right, with fewer witnesses. Would have been nice if you went into the tunnel, then they could just stab some people, but that's cool. You decide to not go in the tunnel. They don't like that so much, but that's cool.
It's enclosed spaces. They just I don't vibe with them,
Yeah. And as you sort of head this way, they are picking up their pace just a little bit.
Of course.
And the van is turning around, right, in the distance. And they start passing by where the phone was.
And I'm going to give it a quick call. Luckily, I think I put a passcode on it, so they can't just open it up and see the contacts I've installed in it. But I'm going to give it a quick call.
Yes. I'm going to need an evasion from you, if you don't mind.
Absolutely.
Mm-hmm.
Absolutely. Now, I only have one dice to invasion.
Mm-hmm.
Invasion.
Yes. Yes.
Evasion.
Evasion. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
Would you
But
perhaps
you
let
do have
me...
Bratva on the Boulevard, which does give
I
you
do have that.
a bonus die
I do
if you
have
wanted to use
that.
it. Which maybe you do, maybe you don't. You don't have to decide now, of course, because you know
Mm-hmm.
that's
Mm-hmm.
that's a choice. But
I'm going to
I
roll
would
that
say
d6 first. Yeah?
this would be a 6.
Sorry.
I need you to describe to me how you two, because you rolled it in 1, how you
Yeah.
two melt away.
We turned down a quick alleyway, right? And the
Mm-hmm.
way these streets sort of work is that there are like these small backyard style things under a wrought gate, and the first thing I do when I turn into the alleyway, is that I immediately toss the bag over and leap
Mm-hmm.
over.
Mm-hmm.
Uh,
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
so when they
Mm-hmm.
turn
Mm-hmm.
into the street, if they
Yeah.
choose to, because they're going,
Yeah.
I tried to make them go the opposite
Yes.
way, they're going
Yeah.
to
Yeah.
find nothing. There's
Yeah.
nobody here.
Yeah. And you both hop over, right? And it's, well, you went into an alley. There are no witnesses there. And you can hear the heavy footfalls of these Bratva as they sort of look into the alley, and they do not see you. You hear some cursing in Russian. One of them says, "Where'd they go? I don't know. They have to still be here." And it's not. I think they must have run through the alley to the other side. And there's like, you could hear them sort of grumbling. But because you did succeed, you do get to hear a little bit of their conversation. One of them says, "This is not good. The boss will not be happy with this at all." Yes, well, we have to report back. And one says, "Uncle Joe, if they report to Uncle Joe, this will be the end of us." The other says, "Uncle Joe, but you have to worry about that thing. He wanted her very badly." It was, and like there's like a real sense of dread from these 3 men as they sort of head back out to go back to their headquarters.
We're like tightly, because we're down against a wall,
Mm-hmm.
crouched
Mm-hmm.
down.
Mm-hmm.
I'm looking at her while I'm listening to this conversation. Does she present any like indications that she too can understand what's happening right now?
She understands Russian. Absolutely, she
Okay.
does. Mm-hmm.
Fair question to
And
ask, but yeah.
it is a fair question to ask, but she does. Um, I can tell you that she's like breathing a little bit heavily as you're in this, like you're like wedged in, and they just passed by you, seem to be a little bit weirded out about Uncle Joe and the thing. And they make their way back out, and you are in the light rain, in the cold of winter,
Mm-hmm.
alone in this alley. All right, who are you?
I think, and then I realize, true to my nature, I'm gonna just be honest. My name's Illyaz. I work with the Canadian Intelligence Services.
Oh, thank God. All right. How'd you find me? Who sent you?
You left a pen inside of a phone book.
Ah, damn it.
It's okay, I got rid of it. Cleaned up a little bit, what little you left behind it. Noticed you left in a rush. And I got to there because I found the hotel card. in the go bag of the others.
Well, what happened? What do you know? And she kind of looks around like maybe she's like, we should probably walk.
Yeah, we should probably walk. I'm gonna check to see if they've left their phone behind because I did spend a lot of good money on it. Wait, before you do, quick question. I think I pull out my actual phone and I flip through pictures.
Mm-hmm.
I think if you want to, we could follow them, find out where they're based.
It's a good
So I
idea.
think, yeah. And now I'm going to discard Brought on the Boulevard.
Okay. And as you sort of step out, right, you notice a couple of things. You step out of the alley. The van is gone,
Mm-hmm.
but not all the Bratva are gone. Clearly, they picked up some of them, but there's one who's walking, and that is the one that you know that you could tail.
Indeed.
He seems to, it basically seems that they're like, dang it, right? You know what I mean? Like the jig is up, and you're heading towards where your phone was, and you see him. He picks up on a bicycle, and he gets on it in the distance, and you notice your phone is not where you dropped it, but
Figured.
presumably this is a burner phone. You have tradecraft. Presumably you have left a tracker on it, which you can easily track from your other phone.
Indeed.
To follow it back to where it's going.
I say, give me a second. I look in that direction, and then mentally I'm triangulating because I know they must be stationed both near the Russian embassy and the major hotel, somewhere between the two, and this place. And as I'm thinking about roughly which direction they'd be going, I'm just going to pull up an app and type in. I pull out a piece of paper and I type in a little code, and then I say, "All right, this way."
As she keeps her arm in yours, you can see she's got her sights sort of set up to see. She's on overwatch as you're walking through the very pleasant streets of London. It's very, like, you did not have any sort of terrible confrontation, so that's nice because the heat was there waiting for you. And as you're walking, she says, do you know?
Yeah.
Do you have any word on the team?
They didn't make it. Do you know what Shevlenko was good about?
Not really. I was waiting on them to come back and they didn't, which made me think that there might be a problem. So
the night they tried to enact, and I'm like saying this as I look through the phone. I'm taking short alleyways. He's on a bike, so he's going to get there faster. I keep going, and I say, during the night they tried to do the job. They were confronted by exactly what Shevlenko was afraid of, and unfortunately, none of them made it. It wasn't
FSB?
the FSB. It was a third party. No, I say that before she even says FSB because I know exactly what she's thinking.
Yeah.
It's hard to explain, but regardless, they. I think because I don't want to tell her about vampires just yet. Just gonna think I'm crazy. They discarded their car off the Thames. The car that the four would have taken, the ambulance. I followed them. I picked up the go bag, saw one of their bodies, and you know the rest. Shevlenko is still alive, but last I heard, he had a heart attack in the embassy.
Oh. Okay. And you can see that she's trying to do math, right? And she's like, this is okay. Well, this is awful because I'm in trouble.
Oh
yes. Well, that too. I'm supposed to pick her up. That was my job. Clean up and pick up.
That could still happen.
I mean, I've got a passport for her. Uh, I was her ticket to Washington, but we have a problem.
In that
Well, I went to the meet Nelson,
agency, yeah.
and I needed some help because if the team doesn't come back the way they're supposed to, we have to make our way out. So I went there, and all success, I suspect there must be a mole perhaps somewhere. Uh,
Yeah.
so I went there to, because I figured they'd be probably the best bet. Uh, that fucker kept me waiting for hours, wouldn't even come see me till he was on his way out, and he well, he said that this operation wasn't exactly authorized, or it was ill-advised, let's say. It was uh, Agent Green who led this, was a bit older of an agent, and our corporate friend thought that it was all sorts of Cold War silliness and nonsense, and now that everything went down badly, we're all considered burned, and uh, that he was not going to help me get back to Washington, and I would not be all that welcome. Uh, but I figured if I could get back to Langley with Anna, that might be something. I might be able to, I don't know, get back. If I could get something, I might be able to get back in and prove to them it wasn't me. Because right now it
Do you
kind
want
of
to take
looks
that
like it's
risk?
me. Yeah, I mean, look, I figure if I could get Anna and I could, I don't know, get something, I could prove that I'm not the mole, I'm not burned. And then,
I want to be clear about something, Trooper. I like Lynn so
mm,
far.
mm,
I think
mm-hmm,
she's capable,
mm-hmm,
but I'm going to activate bullshit detector here.
mm-hmm,
Because
mm-hmm, mm-hmm.
I'm asking if this is a good idea. And her response is,
Yes.
I want to prove that I'm not burned. And that's valid and fair. But I want to
Yep.
know I want to get an idea of if she's
Yeah.
thinking of Anna as simply an asset or a person that needs to be protected. That's the goal here,
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
based upon how she's talking about her.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. It's a good question. What I'm going to tell you is this. It's tricky. It's tricky. Um, First off, in terms of bullshit detection, basically, you do not get the sense she's being dishonest with you. Um,
Got it.
you dropped, and you can tell the moment when you drop Cesis, that was the moment that you had her, in the sense that she's like, okay, you're an agent, and also you're clearly not the CIA mole because you're with CSIS. And if I'm burned, you might, like, basically she sees you as somebody who's a fellow professional, not compromised, and probably also uh, safe, right? Um,
Okay.
in the sense of she's in a bad position, right? Like she's not
Oh,
in a
yeah.
good space. You're
Really
also
bad.
older than she is, so she's reading you as a person who has experience and knows things, right? So there's a, I know, uh, she is definitely reading you as an agent rather than an asset. Um,
I
but also
didn't disabuse her of that
you
notion.
didn't lie. No, yeah. But also you just saved her, right? And she knows it,
Yeah.
and but also you saved her for it clearly in your mind or in her mind on more than one level, right? Um, when it comes to the vibe around Anna, that's tricky because you're guessing she doesn't know Anna, right?
Hmm.
Um, that she's here to pick up that was her job, to pick up this person and then help bring her back. There's a little of like a, not a waft of bullshit, but a waft of desperation a little bit right there. Um, is what I would say. Um, it's a little bit of column A and column B. Does she see Anna as somebody who's an asset rather than to be protected? Um, Both, right? If something bad happens to Anna, then she's got no way back, right? You know what I'm saying to you? Like, it would be in your opinion, you would say that she definitely would want to keep Anna safe because if
Yeah.
Anna, because Anna is the only way she might be able to get back. You also picked up that Shevchenko being dead is also not great for her because presumably it was the intel that Shevchenko had that would probably be needed to get back in to the farm. Uh, so you've just told her a whole bunch of bad news is what I'm going to tell you, right? But you are this kind of lifeline for her as you're making your way right through, you're following this signal. You do not get the sense that she doesn't care about Anna's safety. You get the sense that she
Yeah.
does insofar as that it's necessary to keep her safe. Um, Also, tradecraft. She was given this job that she was given because it was the safer job, and she's clearly the junior agent, right? That like they were going to go on to the big dangerous part. She's going to stay back there, pick up Anna, right? Like it all seemed to go
Who
well.
seemingly knows nothing and isn't like that big of a thing to. Yeah, it's the low
Yeah,
risk, low stakes mission.
yeah, yes. And now everything went real bad. And you just told her a whole bunch of bad stuff. Like everybody's dead, so she's keeping it together, but she's clearly like, oh man, you can see her trying to figure out the angles and not coming up with a lot of good
Yeah.
math. That said, as an agent, she would have been read into a number of things. So she probably has information that either she knows or she doesn't know she knows, right? She is uh she's on this team, which means she has to know some stuff. You don't get the sense that she is lying to you. She just
Yeah.
may not be thinking about things at the moment. Like she's kind of like, we're in a little bit of a state, right? We're in a bit of in a moment. You're
Sure,
keeping
sure.
her with you. But yeah.
I'm gonna keep on tracking through the phone. I'm gonna let her
Mm-hmm,
talk. Let her fill up as much space as she needs.
mm-hmm, mm-hmm,
Once I get an idea of where we're going, neighborhood
mm-hmm,
wise,
mm-hmm,
I'm gonna quickly open up a text to Carpenter,
mm-hmm.
and put it.
You are going to miss that dinner, by the way. I'm just letting you know. At this point in time, you are going to miss that dinner. I
Yeah, I
just
know.
want you to know it.
I'm gonna open up a text to Carpenter,
Mm-hmm,
and I'm going to type out a quick message. There's
mm-hmm.
going to be the emoji of a hammer, and I hope he
Oh,
understands what that means.
mm-hmm, mm-hmm. It means that
and
you like folk music. If I had a
exactly,
hammer, that's yep. Mm-hmm, mm-hmm, mm-hmm,
yeah. Unfortunately, there's
mm-hmm.
no emoji of a sickle, so
Oh,
there's
yeah,
nothing I
yeah,
can do
yeah.
there. And I don't know enough about the Bratva because I do not have criminology to know
Mm-hmm,
better.
mm-hmm,
So just an
mm-hmm,
image of a hammer and a
mm-hmm,
location, like the neighborhood that we're heading to.
mm-hmm, mm-hmm,
And then I'm going to say
mm-hmm,
in the next text,
mm-hmm,
good news, CGH was a success. Got exactly what I needed.
mm-hmm,
I'd love to sit and chat with you about it as soon as possible.
mm-hmm,
Then I'm going to open
mm-hmm,
up a text to you know who.
mm-hmm, mm-hmm,
And I'm going to
mm-hmm.
say, can't make it to dinner, but do you want to break into a museum tonight? And like there's quotes around the word break. There's quotes around
Uh-huh,
the word break.
uh-huh, uh-huh.
Because I think I have a way to get into that museum, and it's lovely to have a nice solo chat at an art museum. And
By
I
the
like
way,
out of
he does
yeah,
know art quite well, your prince.
I would imagine. And I'm
Mm-hmm.
going to link the art museum that I know the
Museum.
painting is located at.
Mm-hmm.
I'd love to see you later on in the night. And my goal here is to get them to
Mm-hmm.
switch
Mm-hmm.
So
Mm-hmm.
Albert
Mm-hmm.
is going
Mm-hmm.
to meet us when I was supposed to meet the prince,
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
and the
Mm-hmm.
prince is going to meet
Mm-hmm.
us later in the night. Because if he
Mm-hmm.
can get me into the museum without a
Mm-hmm.
problem,
Mm-hmm.
after it's closed, because he's a
Yes. Yeah.
prince, that would be
Prince.
great.
Yes.
But
That's mm-hmm.
also, I have a high society or bureaucracy push to get things a person from the
Mm-hmm.
East African Trade Union would
Mm-hmm.
get, and I feel
Mm-hmm.
like a
Mm-hmm.
little intro into the museum after dark would be physically possible.
Mm-hmm.
So either way, we're good.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
We're
Mm-hmm.
good.
That is correct. That is correct. So, my friend, uh, you are walking, and as you're heading, you realize that the neighborhood you're going is not where you thought. You thought, okay, triangulation should be here, but where you're going seems to be not the place you would think, right?
Yeah.
You're like, oh, okay, this is like logically where they probably would have their base, but that does not seem to be where they're going. They seem to be going a little bit more remote. You'll be walking a little bit, and you're presuming that Carpenter, like you just get like a thumbs up from Carpenter, is probably going to meet you,
Mm-hmm.
sort of like in this sort of direction where you're heading. So you won't have to meet him. And as you're walking, you're heading somewhere a little bit less nice, shall we say, heading a little bit towards the East End. Um, you're
You wouldn't
fine.
happen to know how to boost a car, would you?
She smiles. She says, well, I, I do have a way with bobby pins and things like that.
Probably a good idea, just in case.
She
I say as
nods.
I look around and keep walking, because now she's going to look for
Mm-hmm.
a car and handle that.
Mm-hmm. 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 This is true. And she says, so, I've got I know when her flight's coming in, and I wanted to pick her up tomorrow.
That could
So,
still be possible.
okay. Um, but if Shivlenko's dead, I don't know. Damn it. And you can tell she's trying to figure out what kind of leverage she might have as you're walking towards a less good neighborhood.
You're thinking about the long term right now. I get it. Right now, think about the short term. You're following the people who are just about to kill you into active danger, right? Anna, right now, is perfectly safe wherever she is on a plane. It's only the moment she lands at Heathrow Gatwick.
Oh, Gatwick.
Of course, it's Gatwick. He wouldn't spring for Heathrow. But the moment she lands at Gatwick, that's when trouble will occur. Of course, Heathrow has a lot more surveillance.
Yeah.
The best thing to do is to have you and her meet at the gate, immediately take a flight somewhere else.
Right. And you can tell that she's like, you can see it because you've got your bullshit to tug her up. When she says right, she's not, you don't get the sense that she's like, gonna be a hot dog, be a star, do something wild, right? You don't get the sense that that's what she's planning, but you get the sense that she is worried it's not enough, right? And she's like, I just am still worried about,
The mole?
yeah.
Yeah, me too. You have a mole, the FSB has a mole, and both moles seem to be working for the same person at this broad phase. I'm guessing what was going to happen is the reason why they've been watching Shevlenko, despite the fact he is minded by an FSB mole, is specifically because that way they could find his granddaughter and use her as leverage.
Right. Okay. So,
They were supposed to meet you until Shevlenko died. Or maybe before. Or maybe they were supposed to meet Shevlenko's granddaughter instead of you. Not really sure how that works out, but they were supposed to be the people taking care of her, so to speak.
the FSB or the other people?
Brother, FSB, they had a mole. They have a mole. The same as you do, but not much more than that. She's probably going to be reassigned now that Shevlenko's dead.
Anna, I'm going to need some kind of, look, we had a good plan. We had a good plan. We had a second window at the opera, but the thing is, if I take her back, I need something so I can at least protect her from the backlash of this operation. I mean, I don't want them to cut her loose and then she's going to be just, what, vulnerable?
Odds are Shevlenko knew enough to protect his granddaughter. Right? Not just with you, but with something else. I have no doubt that she's got something in her back pocket. As for you, you have to remember something. If you take her to the CIA and you have a mole who's placed powerful enough that Nelson, whoever he is, wouldn't help you, let's be frank with ourselves. She's probably going to find herself on the inside of a cinder block room alongside you in a different one, answering the same questions over and over and over, and that's if you're lucky. You're not burned because, the whole operation was a boondoggle. You're burned because you know there's a mole. You figured that out. You'd have to figure it out.
When you say that, you realize that she really was thinking this was because this was like a quasi unauthorized, which she did not know, operation, and that it went real bad. And when you say that, you see it dawns on her that it wasn't just because Charlie Green was like a cold warrior who wanted, to relive the glory days, and it screwed it up, and now everyone's screwed up. And you can see it hits her that she's like, oh, and she's like, well, but I mean, there's almost nobody. And you can see that she's like putting things together, right, in her mind. She's like, all right, well, the Bratva, do you know which Bratva it is?
Oh, Bluesky, I think.
Oh, damn. All right.
And to be clear here, they've killed a lot of people so far. They met a friend of mine in Nairobi and gunned him down in the street.
And she's still got your eyes as you're walking towards remember when you said something about cinder block rooms? Just hold that thought that you said. We're going to come back to that. She's thinking, she says, we were doing some work on them. The Lisky Bratva, leader, Joe Lisky, old sort of, he's old school, what they say about him. Charlie, Agent Green, he was very, very interested in them. He was pretty certain they had. We were looking into them a bit. Actually, he talked to some people. The rest of the agents, they were talking about some code words. They had some code words for, I guess, some stuff they were looking into. I didn't quite know all of that. I mean, they didn't. I was still pretty fresh, so I didn't get necessarily. Didn't know who the code word was that they were talking about. But I know that the Lisky Bratva, they've got a security company called Overwatch Security that is in Baghdad, and they run this security company called Overwatch in Baghdad, and that was something they were looking into. Yes,
this is important.
Yeah,
I have no dots and cool left, no dice.
Mm-hmm.
So I think she sees, if she's smart enough to look at me, she sees his eyes open up a bit too wide before immediately contracting.
And she sort of looks at you. What does Canada know about this?
Canada,
because she's still thinking of you, right? She's still thinking about you as sort of like read in this way, right?
I have an old friend who I met in Baghdad. That's it. It's not. Although I was there, they had me. They had me look into a black market artifact thing.
Huh.
It's probably nothing. Overwatch.
Yeah, that's this. It's one of their. It's one of their. Yeah, they've got this security company there. I don't know what they're doing down there, but they've got a. It's one of their companies. They mostly they do human trafficking. It's really well smuggling guns, arms, drugs, a lot of prostitution, human trafficking is what they do. But they've got this security company down in Baghdad uh, that they run. My boss Charlie, he was very interested in that, and they're some kind of there's some kind of secret figure they were tracking. Um, Code word. It's kind of stupid, but code word vampire. Charlie would talk about vampires, which I figured is some kind of like I don't know, criminal person or something, or maybe like a high level criminal person. Thinking that was what, and that Shevlenko knew the identity of the vampire, I guess. Who
What was
I
the
figure it's
this
got to
guy's name
be
again? The
uh,
first name?
Joseph.
I don't say anything. I keep listening.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
I gotta change one
Yeah.
minute. Hold on.
Mm-hmm. 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 Yeah. So Shevlenko was the key to find out about the vampire. Um, who I don't know who it is. I don't think my sense is that I got a sense that they were uh, whoever this was controlling the Lisky Bravo or was like a connection with. Uh, we were gonna get the information from Shevlenko about, and I need to be very clear with you. She clearly does not know that vampires are real, right?
Yep.
It is very clear to you that Green and his team were actually just talking about vampires, and she was like, well, obviously this must be some kind of like,
I have a weird question because
yeah.
how this is I'm thinking of the appropriate way to say this. What does
Mm-hmm.
she look? Okay, how white is she?
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Um, I feel like I should not tell you because it might distress you.
Okay. I meant pale skin. Yeah, maybe yet maybe she's not white. I don't know. But
Um,
the way he would talk to her would change slightly.
mm-hmm. Um, so sure, let's go with white, but I would say off-white.
Sure.
Um, she's got dark hair, dark eyes, kind of like a heart-shaped face. Um, kind of like a she's American, but maybe she's a bit more Slavic than Anglo.
Yeah, got
Um,
it.
she kind of looks like not the same, but kind of like a similar type.
No, 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 no,
What?
no, no.
Oh,
I have
what?
seen too many images of women who look like her, haven't I?
You have, as a matter of fact, you have
Fuck me
indeed.
sideways.
Mm. Um, she doesn't look exactly the same, but if you had a type of people you liked to murder, uh, for example, she would do. If you
Of
had a
course.
type of people that you were,
Yeah, yeah,
yeah,
the
yeah,
professor
yeah.
and his preferred type being a
Mm-hmm,
serial killer and all. Uh
mm-hmm,
sh-
mm-hmm. Not
well,
exactly the
look.
same, but you get the sense she's probably, you would guess she's probably like, uh, she's Jewish, but she reads, she's probably a bit more, uh, not Ashkenazi, right?
Yeah.
A bit more Mizrahi, like, but again, she's probably like multiple generations, US, but she's got a, she's off white is what I would say, but a
Yeah.
little bit, uh, if you were very pasty, you might think of her as exotic, uh,
Mhm.
just slightly enough. And just a little bit of a remembrance of a type you've seen. Um, yeah.
I think this is the first time I like properly look at her.
Mm-hmm.
Where are you from?
Oh,
Texas?
actually, um, army brat, so I kind of travel all over the place. But I was not actually. I was born in Air Force Base in Germany, but I grew up in Texas. Yes.
How much family do you have?
Oh gosh. Well, it's funny. My dad died overseas, so it was just my mom, and she died actually just last year. So right now it's just me actually.
I've been in a similar circumstance. I mean, Dad wasn't. He owned a convenience store, but similar sort.
Oh,
Early on, and then later on. Uh, the person that they're talking about is a man named Simon Thornriddell.
Simon Thorndale. She's like thinking. She's thinking. If she like what you can tell is that she's trying to index to see if she's heard that name before, right? Okay.
He's some sort of minor Hungarian brat.
Okay.
Aristocratic, rich, dresses like he's in one of the boring covers of Vogue,
Oh,
or on a men's health
yeah.
magazine.
Yeah, one of
Uh,
them.
and he's a serial killer.
Okay. Uh, all right.
I mean,
Okay.
I can't prove it, but we can't prove it. But
Okay.
he has a type, and I think I know why the Brotville wanted you so badly.
Probably because they wanted to find out about Anna. Like
They
you
could
can see
find
that
that out.
she's trying to figure out like okay, or probably they were just trying to tie up loose ends. I'm guessing, right?
Uh,
And by the way,
this,
that is clearly hopeful thinking because she's picking up what you're putting down and she's
yeah,
trying to come for a guess that is not the one that it looks like that you are putting down. It's
yeah.
not that she doesn't believe you, she does, but that's why she's coming up with an alternate option.
What a prick! What an absolute prick! Sorry. I probably shouldn't have
All
told you
right.
that.
No, it's great. Uh, well, all right.
If you have no
And you can
family
see,
left,
no,
I I would advise not going back to the CIA just yet. Not until you figure out who this mole is and find proof about it. That way you can take it to someone up top and get back in.
well, the only person I think it could be, uh, would be the doctor. Uh,
The doctor?
yeah, there's a doctor that we recruited to be the go-between between us and Shevlenko. Um, it'd be how we would get messages to us. He was the only person that we knew, uh, to
Yeah,
coordinate.
I have his address. The Prof were looking at him too.
Okay.
We've
Yeah, because he was
accidentally
our
been
go,
looking at the same thing for a while. Yeah, he was your go-between. Got it.
right. And I figured if somebody leaked here, especially since the operation wasn't exactly fully known in all the CIA circles, uh, he's the only link I can think of. Uh, that
He was in direct contact with several private meetings between Shevlenko and the FSB mole, so I don't know.
well, hold on. Uh, the FSB, because he's how we got the plans for the extraction to Shevlenko. Uh, and if so, he knew what the plans. He was the only person I can think of besides our team, who are apparently all dead now, what the exact plans were.
I'm not sure. We need more proof. We need a lot more proof. To be sure,
Okay.
to be certain, to know that you and Anna are safe, we need more proof. I have a friend coming, by the way.
Do you
As we're
think you could
walking.
help? I mean, we could break into the office. We could maybe find that proof, and that might
I don't have the
help
time to
me.
do that today, if I'm being honest. I've got at least I've got a meeting with a very old friend that I cannot push back, otherwise it would look a bit odd.
All
And
right. Well, maybe we
in
could
the
do it
morning,
tomorrow.
maybe, but first we need to make sure that you and Anna are safe. That's if it comes down to looking for evidence, I can probably do that in my own time, or I can get Carpenter to look into it. I accidentally leak his name there. Again, no doubts and cool. It's
You
a
do not get a sense of recognition. She does not seem to have been read into to know who he was.
good.
Right?
Good.
She knows the name, right? But your sense is that she knows stuff, but she doesn't. She is not as connected, which is why she went to CGH, right? If she knew other people, she would have CGH. She would have gone there, but.
Right now, my concern is about finding out what the Brodfa knows, or at least what they're planning to do, making sure you and Anna are safe, and then we're good. Priorities, right? Especially considering Shevlenko's already dead. And I tap my breast pocket, because I moved it from my sleeve to my breast pocket.
Yeah.
I have something for Anna, actually, when you get the chance to see her. It's a small piece of jewelry from her grandfather.
All right. So, look, what's the play here? And as she's saying this, you're going to like the neighborhood you're going is a little bit less great. You're fine, but you notice that you are being led towards from the your tracker a hotel.
That's the third hotel yet.
Well, it's very cinder block. I did say we would come back to that.
Yeah.
And it is, well, it looks more like I say hotel, that's not really quite accurate. It's more like an apartment building, cinder block apartment building. It looks like a kind of a rundown block of council flats.
Mm-hmm.
It is close enough to the orbital that this is probably a place you have streetwise, yeah?
Yeah.
Yeah. This is a place where people go to frequent prostitutes, right? It is close enough to transportation that this is probably where one of the endpoints of their human trafficking is. It does not look. There are bars on the windows, probably not to keep people from breaking in, but to keep people from breaking out. It's got pretty good security. There's some cameras on the doors. Tell me what are your skills that you have as you're approaching this place?
That is a good question. One moment.
Mm-hmm. And while that is happening, I will tell you all, my dearest audience, as they are heading towards a place that if he had not gone directly to CJH, she would have not, your CIA agent would not be around right now. And why that's important is because she was one of the only people besides Shevlenko who knew the flight information of how to get access to Anna. Anyway, yes. Hey, how you doing?
Notice. I'd like to use notice.
Anything else?
Yes. Streetwise as well, although you've already given me a little bit for that. And Hmm. uh, you know
Checking out the
what?
building. Mm-hmm.
You know what? Yeah, checking out the building. Checking out the building. I'm going to give you a weird sell.
Please.
History.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
Specifically, London history. I want to get a good
Mm.
idea of how long this building has probably been
Mm-hmm.
used
Mm-hmm.
for
Mm-hmm.
the Bratva. Now, I wouldn't know that because I
Mm-hmm.
don't have criminology, but I can at least tell
Mm-hmm.
roughly what kind of neighborhood this would have been versus what it is
Mm-hmm.
now and make some
Mm-hmm.
conclusions based upon that. I also have
Mm-hmm.
urban survival, but I don't think I'll need
Mm-hmm.
it. Actually, you know
Urban
what? Urban
survival is quite
survival to
useful.
tell me a
It's
method
quite
of
useful.
egress would be handy.
Uh,
Yeah. So that's the four. We got notice, we've got urban
mm-hmm.
survival, we've got
Mm-hmm.
streetwise, and we've got history.
Mm-hmm. Okay. She's also got some skills. And as you're walking
Yep.
in, urban survival is going to tell you something right away. Urban survival. This building
I text the address to Carpenter. Yep.
is being watched. You notice that there are a number of these kind of rundown flats, and that there are people on the balconies on both sides of the street, and that there are people loitering in cars outside. Like, there are a lot of people loitering in ways that you're like, oh, this place is being watched, right? You can see guards. She clocks and she just mentions to you, they're armed.
I
And
know.
she's like, that would be she's using military science. She's like, that right over there would be a good firing position, right over there as well. And
What's in the bag? I say as I just lift it slightly up a bit.
she says, I'm not defenseless. She smiles. And she also has traffic analysis.
Mm-hmm.
And she's sort of like, she's a little bit on edge. She's watching, and she's like, over there, look. And you see, like, there's quite a bit of traffic here, literal traffic,
Yeah.
and some cars park, and you can see the people kind of watching, and you notice, well, it's interesting, couple of things as you're sort of strolling, kind of like it's like a chill stroll. That there are some cars come in, and then you see some businessmen who walk into that building, right? There's like a knock. Somebody like asks them some questions. You can't hear what they're saying. They go into this building. So there is traffic. Seems to be customers. Van drives in. One of these similar style van that you've seen before. But they don't drive to the front. They seem to drive around to the back, which you're not seeing what is there. But the van doesn't stay long. You see the van, it doesn't, like maybe 5 or 10 minutes later, the van's driving back out again. And then whenever those businessmen come in, you can see lights in the upper floors turn on. When the vans come in, the lights don't show up. So wherever the vans are going does not seem to involve turning on lights on the upper floor. They're going somewhere else.
My guess is that those are the buyers. I point to the people who are probably wandering out of the building right now.
Streetwise certainly tells you that. Absolutely.
Yep. And if we want to learn more about the actual operations, we might want to go behind.
She nods. Now, history is going to tell you that probably, with a little bit of streetwise in there, probably not that long. And by that, I mean, because look, historically, you had the Cray brothers, like you had some like sort of London crime families that were running around doing this sort of a thing. So the Prof could not have been here longer than like a decade or two. So this clearly would not have been long term, right? Like
Yeah.
they've not been here that long, because they must have been displacing some sort of local crime. Maybe it's like, it's your kind of crime history, right? So maybe not that long. As you're sort of moving, are you heading around to sort of try to get an eye on the back?
All right. Did she ever give me her name?
No,
Should probably ask what
you
your
didn't
name is,
ask.
hey?
Oh,
Yeah.
Lynn Fonberg.
All right.
Lynn Fonberg.
I never gave her my last name, and I still don't.
Mm-hmm.
So, Lynn, what do you think the odds are of taking over one of these? Honestly, you're probably gonna laugh when I say this. Sniper roosts.
Possible. Do you have architecture, by the way?
I do. I do.
Hmm. Interesting. Would you like to know anything about that?
You know what? Now that you bring it up, as I'm slowly skirting around the complex, I will say,
Hmm. Hmm.
indeed, I'm going to be using architecture. The things I would do for a couple pushes right now, let me tell you.
Hmm.
Go ahead.
I know. Um, Architecture tells you about this building. I mentioned that there were bars in the windows on the upper floors, which is true. I did not lie to you. But that's not what really strikes you architecturally, besides the fact that it's not a pretty building. Um, you notice as you're kind of skirting around, right? You're kind of checking. You would guess from the kind of building this is, there's probably an inner courtyard where those vans are going, right? Because you're thinking about how flats in London are built, right? You're thinking about these buildings are probably from the 70s, right?
Yep.
This is like, these are probably built in the 70s. From the way this is sort of set, there's probably an inner courtyard where these vans are probably going to deliver whatever it is they're delivering, whatever that is.
People, places,
Something,
things, nouns.
people's, places, things, nouns. A building like this is going to have a skylight. You know that, which will get you up there. That is definitely going to happen, because the building's a little bit too big, right, for there to be, for the windows to actually get light in everywhere. So there's going to be a skylight. And as you're peeping, you notice, here's the thing that buildings like this, there's going to be a basement. Absolutely. And the entrance would probably be around over there, which you can pass by and give it a look, because it's the entrance to the basement is going to be on the side, which is going to be a bit more accessible.
Sure.
Interesting. It is bricked up completely, and the windows on the lower floor are not only barred, but they're barred with much more robust barring, and they're all blacked out. No one's seeing inside those windows at all, and no one is getting out at all. But the basement, you figure there's going to be probably a large basement for a building like this, and no one's getting into that basement from the outside at all.
Something that really strikes me. As like I ask her about the sniper roosts.
Pardon me.
So before the Prof ever came here, would be several different crime families, and this looks like an ideal place, right? Bars in the windows, yada yada yada.
You're gonna guess there's probably a prison
secret
there.
entrance.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, yes. Secret entrance, probably yes, also, and also a secret prison is what you're gonna guess from your architecture.
Probably a better entrance than just the staircase downwards or that bricked up entrance, and that's probably where the prison. That's probably where you would have ended up. I mean, Sorry.
She nods. Like there's like a you're saying it. She is the weight of this situation is hitting her, right?
Okay. I think best to take over one of those things. I look up at one of the nearby roofs.
Yeah.
At least that way we can get some surveillance on them. Figure out what we're going to do from there.
They're not going to let me in that building. Do
We're
we
not going to
need
get
to?
that. I don't know if we even need to get into that big building. Just
Okay.
we can use there's a fire escape on one of these, right?
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Not on the building that you're interested in.
No. Right now, let's get eyes onto the building, and we'll worry about if we're even going to do anything with the building later.
All right. Here's the thing. We could certainly get in there, but... And she's looking around. She's like, there's a lot of them, and they probably...
Communicate?
Probably rotate guards pretty frequently. And looking at those guys in the stoop, they're in pairs. So I think taking that over might not be so great. I think... she's like trying to find a good spot, right?
You're the one who's skilled at sniping. Do you think there's a different roof that we could use?
And you can see like, and you're kind of you're moseying like a couple walking through the neighborhood, and people are taking note of you, but you have not done anything suspicious for them to really take note. They just note that people are walking, but they're not, you've not done anything to do anything yet. You know, her eyes are scanning, and she stops you, and she kind of like brushes off your jacket, and she notices something and you notice something, but you notice both different things. You notice a car, and it's Carpenter's car. He's coming down the road, and she notices something about the men on the roof. She says, as she leans into you, she says, one of them was a little bit less subtle than he should have been. They are wearing body armor, is what I'm guessing. And I happen to see some weapons. I'm looking at looks to be a U.S. military grade.
This is all kinds of wrong, isn't it?
Yes, it is.
Why would they need body armor in a place like this? They own it. What are they afraid of?
Right. That's a very good question. Or what are they keeping safe? There was a problem. Some U.S. military weapons went missing in Iraq. It's one of the things we were looking at with the Bluesky Bratva over there in Baghdad. So we had the sense that maybe they were somehow stealing from the U.S. military, and it looks like some of those weapons made their way here, which is not ideal.
This isn't a prison. This is his lair.
The serial killer?
The windows are blacked out. That way no sunlight would penetrate. Why? He's fine in sunlight. Why would that... He extracts himself. Maybe there's others. Maybe that's the point. And he's genuinely processing all of this information.
Yeah. And what she's processing, she's taking in what you've said, and you can see her making connections. They're probably not the connections that she should be making. Um, but she seems to think that you're making sense.
For now.
Yeah, makes sense. Right, okay. So then maybe the vampire's is like serial killer name. And then,
Sure.
okay. Okay. I think we should probably leave this area, don't you think?
Yeah, let's find someplace nearby. Meet with our contact. Somewhere we can talk.
She nods as you think to yourself, right, this is a lair. Perhaps, and also prison. But
Yeah, it's not just the Bratva that are here, is his assumption now. Or at least the Bratva are not an independent authority like he assumed.
Yes, let's put it that way, perhaps. Now, you do know that Thonradel is not from here. He traveled here, which means they, if your theory is correct, they have accommodations for people like him.
Mm-hmm.
And if you recall, the traffic said that that Uncle Joe was sending a VIP.
Uncle Joe Bluesky, I'll figure that out.
To take care of business, which is probably this Thonradel is the VIP, most likely.
VIP. Special delivery, probably. I like think back.
Mm-hmm.
The special delivery that was coming soon probably was Anna. Anna. Shit. And at the same time, I'm going to use my knowledge of
yes,
architecture and urban survival
yes, please,
to find us a place to chill out that is nearby and also safe. And whenever I find it, I'm going to take a little picture of it and send it to my friend.
Yes, which you can. You have to go around the block, right? But again, this is one of those places that's like quasi commercial, quasi residential, right? That in the space where like there's some like there's like a chip shop, right? A little bit down the road, where again people mind their own business. But yeah, you would say most likely that special delivery was probably going to be Anna. Probably. And yeah. There is a
as I walk over. Yeah.
Yes.
That passport you have for Anna, could you describe her for me?
Oh, yeah, sure. She's a little bit taller than me. Dark hair, dark eyes.
Shit.
Pointed chin. What?
I'm
She
just
thinks about
imagining
it.
her in a black dress.
Okay. Now,
not in the creepy way. Well, actually, he corrects himself because no, this is creepy. Oh, nothing about this is normal and sane. He's not being the creeper here, but it is creepy.
She pulls out the passport and she slides it across to you as you're sitting at this chip shop that is like full of the smell of grease. And she just passes it over to you to look at. And when you look at this passport, I'm going to tell you something that strikes you.
Go ahead.
Lynn, your agent.
Yep.
is not a spitting image for Anna. You would put her more on the edge of that type. Close-ish. But people wouldn't look at Anna and look at Lynn and think, oh, they look the same. But if you have a type, Lynn is close enough, I guess. She's good enough. Not a great match. That said,
Anna is perfect, isn't she?
And she also looks quite a lot like the socialite that was seen in that photograph of Simon. So that if Simon were seen with Anna and you didn't know them very well, you could very easily think that the that Anna was that person that Simon was with in that photograph in the newspaper, so that you wouldn't be suspicious if you saw him with Anna.
I'm going to quickly glance around. I imagine I find one easy enough. I'm going to pick up a newspaper.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
Uh, yeah, can we... And I just give out a random order. Okay. And then I think back to it. Actually, make it 3 cups of tea, please. And I sit back down. Society
Mm-hmm.
pages. You're looking for the second
Mm-hmm.
page. Double spread.
She's like, picks up a pen to maybe do a crossword, and she's looking through, and she's like just thumbing through a little bit. She gets the society pages. She goes, ooh, she looks a lot like Anna.
And this fella, obscured by the flash or something else,
Yeah, bad photo.
that's Simon.
Is that
That's
the
your...
vampire?
Yeah.
Right. Okay. So makes sense, that kind of obscuring. He probably has. There are a couple things you could wear that'll obscure you from photographs if you don't want to be seen. Like if there's, it looks like flash photography. So there are a couple things you could wear. Makes sense. That would go with his like vampire persona. And that makes sense why you'd say with the blackout. That must be his thing. Okay. 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 Uh, knowing a bit more about the what you call them, the assets, the brought will be helpful. All right, why they were, and like you can see, she's trying to work out, and you're thinking, she probably did like forensic psychology, like she probably had like profiling in her training uh, at Langley, and you see she's trying to work out what she clearly thinks is some kind of serial killer with a fetish, right? You know what I mean? Like, and she's like trying to
You know what? Close enough.
close enough.
Close enough.
Close enough. She's trying to think about that as she's like pondering. She's like, well, I got to get her out of here. If you could
Yeah.
if you could get evidence of who the mole is, that would be something. I mean, sadly, we don't have. Shevlenko promised us intel, and we don't have it. But damn it.
Do you have a safe house that you could use for a few
Well,
days? Not in the city. Nowhere near the city.
unfortunately, no. We
The
we we
CIA
came from
would be,
outside.
you're burned.
Yeah,
Ish. Yeah.
yeah.
I can, with any luck, maybe Carpenter knows something. Or if not, I can. There's a place in Halifax I still technically own. Good enough place to hide out for now. At least for a day or two.
Right.
You're close enough to Washington.
Yeah, that's right.
You're gonna be okay, Lynn. And he
Okay.
says it. And if she has any understanding of the human condition,
She does.
he wants to believe it's true.
Okay.
But I am not using reassurance in this moment.
Yeah, yeah, yeah. Well, look, and she's thinking about, she's like, if you can, what you're saying about getting out of the country right away, I think that's a good idea, especially if this. And she does this gesture, which is like really reference that block. But if you could get, if like I could go to Halifax, and if you could give me that intel, then maybe we could get ourselves back in.
That's my goal. The good news is, with the Bravo being stationed the way they are, the plan was to take you out. Anna would walk out of that airport, and she would have been probably captured there. No one was planning for you to meet her at the gate, because they weren't planning on using you.
Right.
Which means, odds are, if we can get you past security into the gate, and you just take another flight somewhere else, you should be safe.
I mean, I can just get there early. I just need a place to stay tonight, and I could get there super early, and then
we can sort that out.
Pick her up.
Where the hell is Carpenter?
That, by the way, he walks in with an umbrella, bowler hat, and as she doesn't see him yet, and she just says, "Well, hold on a second. The doctor knew about the plan to pick up Anna. He told us what her flight was. he got it from Shevlenko, so we know that she was when and where she's coming in, which means they know.
Yeah, I know. They were planning on meeting her outside of the airport, or sending someone with a placard or something. They were planning on, just for a second, taking her out of Gatwick, away from security, and taking her there. Taking her from there, yeah.
Okay, all right. I'm gonna need some of that. And like and Carpenter's like, well, hello, old bean. He says he clearly has like a bit of a fondness for the UK. And who
the
is
moment
this?
the moment he does that,
Mm-hmm.
because again, I've been telling you how paranoid I am.
Mm-hmm.
Bullshit detector. Does he have
Mm-hmm.
any idea? Is he actually asking that question, or is he doing it because he wants to convince me he doesn't know who she is?
He is not being. He's being evasive. You think when he presents himself as not knowing who she is at all, that does not seem to be true. What is the truth is a different question, but he doesn't. It is not accurate, you would say, that he has no idea who she is.
Come on, Carpenter, you know exactly who she is.
And he smiles. Confirmation. And he sits down. Tea. And he picks up his tea. That feels honest to you, that he suspected who she was, but wasn't 100% sure. Right?
Yeah. Albert Carpenter, CSIS liaison to MI6. Well,
He nods.
you know my friend here and my friend Carpenter. I think he has no connection to this whole conspiracy, but to be honest, I feel like I'm losing my mind. So,
Oh, well, um, you're one of the Americans, the Yanks. I assume you've been read in. And she
not
nods.
really.
And she looks up like, oh. And he goes, sorry to say about your friends. Yes, they were. And he kind of looks at you and is like,
Killed by the
kind of
Prof,
like,
yeah.
he kind of looks at you like, with like, what are we going to do with this one, right? You know, he does not seem to, he has not been read in yet as to what happened with you. And so he's not quite certain what's happening here, right? You can tell that like, there's like a bit of a triangulation. And you can also tell that she thinks that maybe he is, that this connection is like, that you are helping her out by giving her a connection that's going to help her, right? You know what I mean? Like
I'm trying.
Canadian government, Canadian government, that might help. And she is like, it's nice to meet you. And she's looking to you for the advocacy, let's put it that way.
Right. So let's start with the basics. Albert, Shevlenko's dead.
How?
He had a heart attack in the Russian embassy. Terrible thing.
He nods like, and he just turns to her and he goes, well, that's bad luck for you.
Anna's still alive, but the Bratva and a CIA mole and an FSB mole all know when she's arriving.
Anna?
His granddaughter.
Huh. He sort of furrows his brow. I didn't know he had a granddaughter. And Lynn goes, they're estranged. They haven't really had any public contact in a couple decades. Uh, some kind of falling out in the family or something like that. But it got the sense that actually they'd been secretly in connection still for some time. His wife and son died recently, just a couple months ago, right before we reached out to him. Well, actually, he kind of reached out to us after they died. So we figured that once all of his living family members were gone, uh, he figured it was the time to make the move. But he did have one left, so that's who that is. She's explaining to Carpenter because
Yeah, yeah.
Carpenter
I also didn't know this.
Carpenter
information.
clearly
It's
did not know about Anna, which means a lot of people would not have necessarily assumed that they had a close connection until.
Or, because here's the thing, he is in conspiracy brain, or there's no such character as Anna to begin with. Who knows? Who knows? Everything's been completely mad, so could be a thing. And in that mind of his, he's like mentally saying, "Is Anna a priority to me?"
Mm-hmm.
But it's not passing. He's letting them talk to one another.
Yeah. I need a place to stay tonight. Is that? And she kind of points to Carpenter, looking at you. And he goes, "Oh, we would be happy to help out the CIA. I'm sure you would have many lovely stories to tell me." And he just kind of looks at you, and you know that he's like, "Ooh,
The CIA can't know that she's even working with us, because if the CIA know, their mole knows, and if their mole knows, we might have an international incident on our hands."
And he's like, "That's what I wanted to talk to you about." And
yeah,
he leans in, and he goes, "We have a bit of a problem. And that is, well, what happened with your friends. That could very quickly become an international incident, and I do not want tensions escalating between the Americans and the Russians. That's not going to be good for anyone. So how can we keep this contained?" And you can tell that he is trying to figure out the best way to say things for both him but not for her, right? He says, "Well," and he's thinking about it. "I mean, what's going on with the Ukraine? Already the tensions are high. And
not to
also,
mention Poland just this morning.
Yes, just this morning. It's not good. Any kind of excuse to heat up could put our allies in NATO in great danger. So this can't escalate. We have to keep this under wraps."
I'm thinking that our friend and Anna make a quick getaway back to the Great North, and we look into the CIA mole. Once we have information on that, we pass it to Anna. Anna gets back in with the CIA. All's hunky-dory, and the FSB knows nothing.
All right, we can do that. So, just so you know, when I went into the stables, and he just kind of lowers his voice a little bit, there were no there was no sign, there were no bodies, no blood, mild signs of struggle, but there was no forensic evidence.
That's because their bodies are in the Thames.
Ah, I see.
Oh, actually, Anna, not Anna. I'm already getting my names confused. I haven't slept properly. Lynn, could you do me a favor? Can you get us some vinegar, please? I feel like
Cheers.
they should have had it on the table, and surreptitiously, he's just slowly placing a bottle of vinegar on the floor.
Yeah, yeah. And she frowns a little bit because she knows what you're doing. She's like, of course. And she figures this is when you're going to make whatever play you're going to make to get her in a safer spot. So she goes to pick up the vinegar. You know, like there's a little bit of suspicion. Like, I hope this is going to, right? But she heads up over there to the counter to get and he just kind of leans in like,
he's a vampire. He's an honest goodness vampire. Literally a vampire. Their bodies were literally ripped apart. I saw an arm, Albert. I saw a dismembered arm, and they were all fucking bloodless. Oh, and on top of that, I saw him climb up a wall, like Spider-Man or the Lizard. And here's the brilliant part about it all. And I turn over the page, because the newspaper's sitting right there, and I point to him. That's our man. And that woman looks suspiciously both like Anna and our friend Lynn, doesn't she? So, that's what I've been dealing with today. Also,
looks at you,
Albert. And then you know what? Just say what you need to say. Because he thought for a second. He thought to tell Albert something that he shouldn't have, and he didn't.
He looks at you with you telling him these things. And he says, well, oh boy, vampires aren't real. And he says that you were going to say?
Bullshit detector?
Yes, you were going to say that, weren't you? Oh. He does not come across as if he's being deceptive in any way at all.
Oh, fuck me twice.
In any way at all. That said, you have quite a lot of experience with Carpenter, and this is what you sound like when you are very good at lying.
Mm-hmm.
There is no bullshit detected in a way that for you is a ping, right? You're like, nope. He is lying. He knows something. He is being evasive, but he is so good at, like, he just turned it on right in that moment. He has been pretty upfront and open with you, and like you've got the sense of like when he's been evasive, when he's not, right? And you're like, oh, he was being evasive about when he was being evasive about the CIA operation, you picked it up. You picked up that he was being evasive. In this moment, he is in no way being evasive. That lets you know that he is being evasive, right? In that way you also are made aware of a level of skill he has in this that you have not seen before.
You move your shoulders back. That's your tell. You move your shoulders back.
He nods.
Look,
In acknowledgement.
I just convinced a man to commit suicide to protect his granddaughter. He'd been poisoning himself for a long time. And I'm telling you this because you could use it to get me killed. Real easily. That's how I'm trusting you right now.
I wouldn't do that.
You could. You could.
I could.
You have that capability. And you have that capability in more ways than one. She doesn't know. She thinks he's a serial killer. I've told her that he is a serial killer. I've done my best to convince her that I am not crazy. And I feel crazy.
You're not crazy.
I know. That's the awful part.
And he leans in. Friend.
I adjust my cheek a little bit.
All the information.
Yeah.
We don't have one.
Are you certain of that?
Yes. The Yanks, they don't have one, old bean. But they want one. They want one very badly. At least, as far as I know, they don't have one. They didn't have one the last time I was talked to.
I don't know about Anna, and I don't know about her, but I don't want them both to find themselves the way of Charlie Green. Because it's pretty clear that this Simon, and I'm noticing that she's probably like taking a bit too long.
Because she's waiting for the signal. You know what I mean?
Yeah. This Simon has connections into at least the CIA, the FSB, and I'm beginning to think that complex that you drove past, that I directed you to, might be where he likes to sleep when he's visiting London, which means that they are a lot more powerful and a lot more numerous than we'd give them credit for. I know the CIA wants one. Maybe they want Simon, maybe they want somebody else, but I just don't want her to face the consequences of their actions.
He nods. Look, it's an arms race.
I know.
And Green seemed to think that Shevlenko was the key to some sort of... You can tell that he thinks this is going to be ridiculous to say. Some sort of vampiric nuclear weapon. I don't know what that means. But
it means Project Eden.
You don't want to say that name out loud.
He's going to put his glasses away. The past few days have been a very eye-opening experience. And I've been read in multiple ways, more than I ever realized. So I'll say this. That's what they're all chasing. That's the one they want. I don't even think they realize just how many of them are there. I don't know how many of them are there, for the record. But with a place like that, a lair like that that's meant to be temporary, blacked out windows, difficult bars, bricked up entrances, it means that place has been used for more than one. Cycling, which means multiple have visited, which means that they know a way to get past MI6 or they're involved in MI6. That's the extent of what's going on here. Oh, I should mention, thanks to our friend there, and this time I do wave her at her a little bit, and I surreptitiously take the bottle of vinegar and I put it back on the table.
And she starts moving over in a not so hurried way.
Thanks to our friend over there, we know that the CIA has been losing stuff, and a lot of that stuff has come into the hands of our dear, dear Russian, not FSB friends. They were wearing body armor and carrying American weapons.
He doodles on a napkin, and he says, just like slides it over, and he goes, "That's a friend of mine. He's in the Crimea. He might be someone interesting to look into on that matter."
Look at the piece of paper.
There's a name, Donald Carroll. And he says he's a good source of information. Was tracking a gun smuggling operation that was based out of Turkey, Samsun. And he's been tracking stolen weapons coming out of Sarajevo, Samsun, Turkey, Baghdad.
Oh, great.
He is probably your best bet on that on that front. You might find him in Paris. He's traveling at the moment.
As she comes closer, and I make eye contact with her.
Mm-hmm.
Well, my friend needs his tickets for her and Anna to Ottawa tomorrow, basically right after their flight, so they can get. My friend can meet Anna and then take her to Ottawa. From then on, probably to the regional office in Burnaby, I think.
Mm-hmm.
You know,
Mm-hmm.
and I think Anna can tell. I'm going to use reassurance on Albert.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
But to
And
Anna knows what the plan I told her was.
yeah, that's right. Yeah. Yeah. He smiles and he says, well, dear, to Anna,
To Lynn.
to Lynn, pardon me.
Lynn,
I know. It's because there is this unfortunate
They could
echo.
be cousins.
They could be. He smiles and he goes, dear, I am happy. Well, let me rephrase that. Your northern neighbors would be happy to help you out, and I'm sure you would be happy to help us out. And he smiles, and you know he is going to want information from her for his own professional benefit.
Yep. I think it's worthwhile to tell Albert here what you and your cousin know about the CIA. The CIA's missing shipments. The
She
farm's
nods.
missing. He corrects himself because now
Yeah.
he's fully aware that he needs to be
Yeah.
careful.
Yeah.
The farm's missing shipments. And I mentioned when I say your cousin, there's a brief glance at that piece of paper.
Yeah.
And in return for that, safety, while I look into your possible mole and get you the information that you need.
She nods. All right. Okay.
But that'll be tomorrow morning. Tonight, we need to find you a place to stay, and one the CIA cannot know about. Or anyone, really. Albert, do you have any place that we could...
He says, of course I do, old bean. I will take your friend here and find a safe place for her. And he smiles.
Okay, friend. My friend Trooper. I want to know,
Mm-hmm.
are, quote unquote, his shoulders back, or are they not?
They're not.
Thank God.
I will tell you, he really looks like he's been on the out for a while, kind of like placed in a space where he's not going to get promoted. He seems ambition. You don't think he's going to screw her over, but you think he's going to take advantage, right? Not.
Does she realize
Which
this?
means, oh, she does. But she doesn't have a lot of other options, you know?
Yeah, I know. I kind of give her the look that says, I'm sorry.
But she nods and she goes, oh, don't forget to take your bag, as she sort of stands up. And
Yeah, of
Albert
course.
puts out an arm for her with his umbrella. He goes, I'm going to go drive her to a safe place. I don't know what you're up to next, but no international incidents if you can.
I'm meeting a friend at a museum for...
Oh,
I've got a date.
oh, good on you. And those two are going to walk out. And she's left you with her bag.
Wait. Hold on. As I reach down, and it looks like I might reach towards the bag, but I'm not. I'm actually going to pull out my phone. Do you have a safe email I could send something to? The both of you?
He says, you already have my contact information. And she goes, yes. And she writes, like, it's one of those, it's one of those, like, basically sort of like fake multiple level emails that also has like a phone number attached to it. And she hands it over. She says, you can also call me at this number. And she there's going to be there's a burner phone that she's got.
I immediately, because I have prepared this, I send
Mm-hmm,
them another Dropbox link, both of them at the
mm-hmm,
same time.
mm-hmm, mm-hmm,
And that's going to contain all the images from the Broadbuff phone I stole. All the images I
mm-hmm,
promised, I
mm-hmm,
said I took.
mm-hmm,
Because
mm-hmm.
this is above me at this point.
Yeah. I'm
And
going to
they
note,
know the danger I'm in. Yeah.
at this moment, you have a USB stick with info from Shevchenko.
I know.
Uh, I just wanted to make sure you didn't forget it.
Oh, no. I didn't, but thank you for the reminder.
Yeah. Uh-huh.
You know, the USB stick that I haven't told anyone about, nor that Shevchenko gave me any information at all. Yeah, that one.
That is
That's the
correct.
one.
That you have not had time to look at to see what's inside of it.
As she gives me the piece of paper,
Mm-hmm,
I think so hard about this. There's a small metal thing. We're not.
mm-hmm.
Is it metal, by the way? It's
It
metal, right?
is. It
Yeah.
is.
There's a small metal treasure that
It
slipped into
doesn't
her
have the
hands.
enameling that you have, by the way. It is metal,
So,
but it doesn't have the enameling on it. Or it mostly is rubbed off, you know.
give your cousin my good regards. As I say that as I pass it through.
You pass over the Hamsa.
Mm-hmm.
And she just like palms it. She doesn't look at it yet. And she goes, of course. She sort of looks at Albert and she looks at you and she gives you a hug. And as she hugs you, she just says, in a way that's a little bit louder in volume, not so loud, but loud enough that like Carpenter could overhear it. And she says, thank you. Right. And then less loud, she just says, I will text you once we're safe.
And I reply quickly. Text now if you need tickets to Halifax, you can get them on your own. And I say, don't worry about Albert. He's a bit of a... I smile at him. He's a bit of a prick, but harmless. Completely harmless.
Me? Come on now. Eddie smiles. Those two are going to leave.
If we were still part of the colonies, I say as I reach reach to sit down, grab my chips again. If we were still part of the colonies, you would be an upper class Briton, you know it. And
if only, he says with a chuckle. Yeah, I mean, I would look very good in Savile Row suits, he says. As a matter of fact, I do look good in Savile Row suits.
And I think that's the last interaction as they walk out.
We're going to go to break, but before we go to break, I want to leave you on this.
Great.
You have a museum to go to, I believe.
Uh-huh. And a USB stick burning a hole in my pocket.
And when you get to the museum, which is, by the way, closed, but the guard, this museum security guard, tells you that your name is on the list and that the person you're meeting is inside waiting for you.
He straightens out his jacket. He hasn't had time to switch clothing, I'm assuming. But he straightens out his jacket. He grips his bag tighter. Fantastic.
You make your way through this museum, which is not fully lit because the lights are somewhat dim. Cavernous museum. You're making your way through. You're not quite certain where whoever it is you might be meeting is to be found.
Oh my God.
Before you find whoever it is you're here to meet, you find a painting first. And there, in this museum, is this very, very large painting. And underneath the painting is a placard. The title of the painting itself, Out of the House of Ashes.
Mm-hmm.
And that's where we're going to take our break, everybody. We're going to take a little break, 10 minutes. Please drink some fluids, stretch your legs, and when we come back, there'll be a data museum.
I'm gonna die.
And then there is
Maybe Night at the
something to dig up from the ground. Everyone, we'll be back in 10. Take care of yourself.
Why?
Hello, everyone. We are back. I'm so excited to name check of the adventure title, Out of the House of Ashes. We are back, and our dearest professor is standing in front of a painting. A painting in the museum with the name Out of the House of Ashes. And it has a light illuminating it as around you it's dark.
Is there a description, by any chance? You know, painted in circa blah 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 in blah blah blah. This painting features notable actress blah 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 and notable vampire blah 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 blah. You know, that kind of thing.
That would be a weird thing to have on it. It does not. The painting itself doesn't seem to be in, like, it's not one of their main exhibits. It's sort of like slightly on the side. But as you wonder about that information, you hear behind you a voice. You hear, "I'm so sorry that I wasn't able to tell you earlier."
It's okay. I figured it out the moment I arrived in London.
I was hoping that I would be able to head you off.
I'm not going to tell anyone.
It's good to see you.
I turn around.
He is dressed in like a black turtleneck, a black sport coat, and like sort of like dark jeans. He has a pair of sunglasses that are hanging off the pocket. He does not have a security with him. Seems as if he's snuck away a little bit. He looks a little bit more like the journalist you remember than the Saudi prince that you saw at the in full regalia that you saw at the conference. And he's looking a little guilty.
Illyaz is a friend, though. It's a friend that has no connection to any of this. A connection, but not a connection that he is aware of or responsible for.
Yeah.
A friend. And there's just, like, you could feel the exhale. So, how's the journalism going?
Look, I'm really sorry that I lied to you. I like to think that I wasn't exactly lying. I wanted to be the Faisal that you knew. And I apologize for ghosting you.
You're not the only person who's run around with multiple names, so.
Could you, I feel like we had something that could have been quite special, and I ran, and I'm sorry.
I wasn't ready for that kind of thing back then.
Oh. I think I was. No. So I actually wasn't.
Well, that's not it. I mean, I've got no family left. You know, sometimes it doesn't work. Screw it. And he walks over and he wraps his arms around him.
And he kisses you so deeply. And there is this, I don't know what Illyaz's perception of what happened was, but it is very clear that he felt like he left you. Now, you may have actually left him, but he clearly didn't notice it because he left you. You know what I mean? Like and he clearly felt guilty about it. Like he clearly got very cold feet or got called away. You know what I mean? And he it does let me put it this way, it is not his perception that you left him, and so um he clearly feels really bad
You
about what he did.
you weren't supposed to be a prince. That wasn't supposed to be our story at all.
I know. I'm sorry. I
What are you
didn't think
sorry
I would,
for? We
because
don't
I
choose what happens to us. Not all the time. Fate has other plans.
I I was I guess I sort of still am scared. So I'm sorry.
What are you scared about?
I mean, I suppose the question is when. I was I thought that if I could just run away from my family, I could have the life that I wanted. A life where I could just be who I was with somebody that I could fall in love with. But
I mean, it's still possible. You just have to renounce your ties and make a big deal out of it.
as my father told me, one cannot renounce the truth of your blood.
There's a reason for that, but that doesn't mean it's true. And I'm not saying you should, by the way. That's not what this is. It's whatever choice you're willing to make for yourself. I'm here to support you, and I mean that. Hearing your name again has been the only good thing I can think that has happened to me in a while.
He takes your hands, and you can tell it. But when you said that, uh, he does not know what you've gone through, but it means something different to him, right?
Mm-hmm.
You're telling him something, or he's interpreting what you said in a particular way, and the guilt is still there. But he takes your hands, and you can see it, kind of like a flicker of hope that he didn't screw it up completely.
Fuzzle, I'm in danger.
What do you mean? No, my family would never. I mean, I
Not
won't.
like that. Um, you weren't the only person who walked away that day. Because while you met me, and I wasn't hiding behind a fake name, I was in Baghdad because of an illegal underground underground sale of certain artifacts, right?
Yes,
Taken
yeah.
after, yeah. And I told you about
You're
it, and I was your
you're
source.
my you're my sort of like a reverse Indiana Jones. Uh,
It's
give things back to where they belong.
That's not the reason why I did that. I was asked to by the Canadian Security Intelligence Service.
You're a spy.
I'm an asset, is what the term is. I'm not an agent. I was there to authenticate if they were real. I can say all the right things. I can look to see how they're being taken care of. And I can track them over periods of time. That's the reason why they asked me to do that. And the reason why I told you is because, honestly, I couldn't imagine they would have a need for them. And I knew they wanted this underground party ended. So I found you, and I told you the truth. I used you a little bit. I didn't really want to, not like to use you, but I figured they were better off in the hands of not an intelligence agency, and not where they were.
Thank you. In case you wanted to know, they're back at the museum.
That's what I was hoping for.
Yes, there's
I
a wonderful contact there. She knows everything about everything. Although long since retired, but she's If you want to keep something safe, she's the one to go to.
You mean Fatima?
Yes, do you know her? I mean, you must. I mean, you know all sorts of
She's the reason why I'm
archaeological
here.
things. Oh.
She recommended me for the conference that was just on the other side of your conference in the same hotel.
Oh. Oh. Well, that makes sense.
What do you mean it makes sense?
Oh. He looks embarrassed. She's a bit of a... I imagine she was doing some bit of a, what do you call it? Matchmaking? Meddling?
I don't necessarily think that's why she did it.
Oh. Why else would she? She, one of the very few people I could talk to.
You've talked to
Sort of
her?
like a...
Heard her voice?
Oh,
Or met
yes,
her?
yes, indeed. Oh, I've met her, yes. Old family friend, actually.
How old?
Oh, she must be in her 70s or something like this. I think about her like an auntie. She's really quite kind. She's always sort of looked out for me ever since I was quite small. And I happened to mention that there was a very handsome professor that I met once, but everything would be impossible. She said, nothing is impossible.
And notice, Trooper, I'm
Mm-hmm.
not using bullshit detector.
Mm-hmm.
I don't think I can with him.
Mm.
She wouldn't happen to look quite young for her age, would she?
Well, he thinks about it. Well, you know, how they're sort of they're those women who just never seem to age. They just seem to be out, I don't know, in their 50s or something. Um, Something like that. Uh, but I think she just has that sort of look about her, you know?
Yeah.
Yes, I don't get to see her that often, but haven't seen her in a while, but she did reach out uh recently, and she told me.
Told you that I was coming. Yeah.
She did, as a matter of fact. Which, not gonna lie, it set me in a bit of a panic. uh
Well, I
I
guess you know now that I'm a spy, so wouldn't exactly tell anyone about anything.
um
Actually, the strange thing is, no one knows except for you and I that we met at all.
huh. I mean, I didn't tell my family.
You told Fatima.
I did. She's not technically related to us, though. Just sort of like a, I don't know. She's always just been there.
Yeah, I get the idea.
Um, I I know I can't ask you. I mean, you, you live in Canada,
I
travel the
live
world. You
everywhere.
right, but you're from a place where you can just be who you want to be, and I can't.
I'm not really. No one can really be who they want to be in the world we have. I mean, quite literally in my case, considering I don't know if I ever really wanted to be this. I think I didn't have a thing I wanted to be. I just went from one thing to the other.
Um,
But
you don't have to.
I'm willing to help. You should know that. I'm willing to help you do whatever you need to.
I
Even if that means introducing you to a lovely young woman.
as long as she isn't interested. Do you know what I mean?
Oh, I could probably find someone.
Really, something that my parents would approve of.
I'm a spy.
Oh,
I can make her into someone your parents would approve of. I mean, probably then she'd be some kind of agent or asset, but you know, I could
that wouldn't be good.
arrange for that. Probably not now, but I could figure it out.
Did I ruin it?
You
You
room
couldn't.
one.
I mean, any chance that we have?
I think every chance we've had is stolen. But I'm happy to be a thief.
Why are you in front of this painting anyway?
You've actually met this guy. Not really, but you met him. He was in the same room as you.
Hmm. Looks at it, it's like, well, there's a resemblance, but of course not the same person. That's a. Well, let me think. What did they say? Well, that's a. Well, where the painting comes from is a little bit uncertain. I think it's like an unknown painter. Let me think. Well, it's definitely 1860s or so. That's what I'd say is when it's about painted. You can tell by the clothing. And from that castle in the background, most people think it's probably uh, Hungarian, most likely. Um,
Yeah.
but yes, so if you notice, and like he's sort of pointing out this painting, right, which is this castle in the background that like or a mansion that's on fire.
Illyaz takes a
And,
step back and lets him get closer to the painting, just watching him at work.
um, and what you see in this painting right now, you actually see it and again in person again for the first time, is this young nobleman, and he's embracing this woman who looks exactly like uh, Anna, and this mansion in the background is just on fire and it's burning. But what you sort of forgot was that there are pages, script pages, like theatrical script pages, and some kind of like notes in the background, the scattered like by this woman uh, in front of her, and uh, he says, "So, actually, um, people think that she might have actually been a real person. Um, that looking at if you looking at those, if you see the sort of pages, um, people think that most likely she was an actress or an opera singer of some sort, perhaps. Um, Unclear, but and people think that this fellow is probably sort of allegorical. It's sort of thought of as an allegory for the end of the Austro-Hungarian Empire, the decay, the decline of it. House of Ashes. So people think this is basically about the Austro-Hungarian Empire. But she's definitely Hungarian. You can tell actually by her hairstyle and the mode of dress she's got. Um, it is there is well. This is fun. Would you like to know something fun?
Sure.
Well, I'll tell you the less fun thing first. This painting, although no one knows actually who painted it or exactly where it came from, it was in Vienna, and people think it might have been. Yes, it was in Vienna, but it was moved here
He was in
during
an
the
opera
war.
house.
Yes, yes, it was. As a matter of fact, the Vienna Opera House is where it was, and then during the war, of course, the bombing and all that. So it was moved here by I think some sort of resistance or some such thing. But the fun thing about it is that there is a legend surrounding this painting.
Go ahead. Don't keep me in suspense any longer. We've waited
That
long
it's
enough.
haunted. It's haunted, you see.
Haunted by
Uh,
what?
the ghost of the actress, of course, uh, because she, it is said within the myth, that she married a young nobleman, a young, handsome Hungarian nobleman, and the night of the wedding, after they were married, she was murdered, and ever since her ghost haunts this painting.
Speaking of rumors
Sure.
and theories and curses, I heard there was actually a curse on your family.
Oh, maybe it's just overbearing parents, perhaps. I imagine that's the only thing there could be.
Something about white, black, and red, or God, it's been a long time. It was before I knew you were connected.
Oh, well, that's strange. What would that be about? Huh.
I don't know. Oh, I should ask you.
Yes.
Um, you you were meeting what's his name?
Who?
Shivlenko? Arcady?
Oh, yes. Yes. The mineral fellow. Yes. Yes.
What did he tell you? If-
Oh.
I'm only asking because I actually met him a bit later, and
Oh.
he had a heart attack.
Oh.
I
Oh. That's
apologize.
too bad. Oh. Oh, that's terrible. No, actually, when I met him, he seemed quite distracted, actually. We were supposed to just talk about uh, mineral rights and make a few deals. That's what my father says, uh, that I have so many contacts with the West and all that. And I mean, so does he. But anyway, he wants me closer. And we're supposed to just talk about some. Trying to get some connections and working on those things, but he just seems very quite distracted, and I have to say, he wasn't looking very good. Uh, Quite ill.
Yeah. What did he say?
Oh, mostly that we could certainly make a deal to exchange mineral rights, and but he just really wasn't quite present. It was interesting. He didn't seem interested in me at all. I suspect it's because well, I'm new in this position. I assumed he didn't think of me as being very well. I'm not my older brother, I guess. Is I guess the way it goes. And perhaps he just didn't respect me. He just didn't seem all that interested.
He talked to me about an old book, travel writings from
Oh,
Turkey.
oh, interesting.
Yeah.
I wouldn't think a man like him would be interested in that. Seemed sort of like a.
He was friends with the Philbys. Kim
Oh,
Philby and his father,
really?
John Philby, St. John.
Oh, that's interesting. I had no idea. Huh.
That's
How
why
would
I
they have
was
known each other?
actually rather surprised that he didn't talk to you about more, because in a sense, like, I suppose he's kind of a family friend.
Yes, I guess he would have been. I. Huh. Well, I've never met him before, and I. Yes, I just had the sense that he was quite distracted, and of course, he had all his people, his nurse with him, and all of that all the time. It wasn't that long of a meeting. They were a lot of pressure on him to sort of in and out, as it were. But oh, that's a shame. I'll have to go and ask Fatima about that. I wonder if she knew him. Hmm.
What do you want to do? You don't have to make a decision yet, but like, what do you want to do?
I want to see you in 2 days at the opera. Um, I can come up with an excuse.
I mean, you don't need one, right? I have a ticket.
Well, I just thought you could visit me in my box. We could watch the opera
You
together.
gave me the
It's
ticket, right?
yes, yes. I mean, if you wanted, if I would just didn't know if you would say yes.
You need Okay. If we're gonna do this, you need to stop talking around it. Everything.
All right.
You need to
Would
be
you
honest.
be all right with picking back up again, even though it would mean a lot more? You'd have to hide.
I don't know, and that's not because of you. It's really nothing to do with you. I told you I'm in danger.
Well, what can I do to help?
Take me away from here, far, far away.
All right. Where do you want to go?
You know what? Right now, I believe you could. I mean, I know you could, but I believe you
Of
would.
course I could. I would. What kind of
I have
danger?
a fatal flaw.
That you are too handsome for words.
That I'm too curious.
All right. About what?
Everything. I love learning. And I love teaching. But I really love learning. I want to know everything. I want to know who the man in the painting is. I want to know what the world was like 100 years ago. I want to know just how far it goes. I want to know everything.
I remember something. It's a story. Uh, it's not about a curse, it's about a blessing. Uh, my father said that my bloodline has a blessing that was some sort of good luck, I think. Had something to do with, I don't know, uh, St. John, I think, might have been involved in some way. Or, he was running about, I think he was, my father said he was looking for lost cities or something, and he found something that would uh, bless the house of Al-Saud. So you don't have to worry about any sort of curse, whatever it is. I think it's all hogwash, clearly, but according to my father, we have some great blessing that will keep us always well and out of danger. So I imagine if you stick with me, you will be out of danger rather than in danger. But of course, again, I don't actually believe in blessings or curses, but
My dear, dear friend. Why did you have to leave Baghdad to become a prince?
I don't know, like reverse Disney film, I guess.
No, but why did you have the real situation? Why did your father recall you to begin with?
Well, one of my brothers died, and so many. But one of him, he died. It's a bit strange, really. Um, it's a car accident, but I imagine maybe paparazzi or some such thing. I don't know. Anyway, my mother got very upset, and everyone was very upset, and um, my father thought it was time that I stopped playing around. I thought I'd be able to escape it, but I don't. But I guess I didn't.
Doesn't seem like much of a blessing now, does it?
No, I guess not. But anyway, my father always said that good old Haji Abdullah found something in a lost city that blessed us and our family, and so we should be, everything should be great.
I would like to see you at the opera. And I'd like to meet
All
this
right.
Fatima of yours too.
I wish she's not here. She rarely travels, doesn't fly. Um, but if you come back to Baghdad, then I would definitely introduce you. If I can get a hold of her, she's actually somewhat slippery to get a hold of. But
Trust me, I understand.
you know what's funny about her, though? Um, now that I look at you, I hadn't really thought about it because I hadn't seen her since I was much younger. Um, you have the same eyes. Sort of wise.
Maybe you just already associate me with being a friend.
Maybe. Well, I hope. If I'm lucky, a bit more than a friend. I mean, if you're lucky, obviously.
I'm gonna check my phone surreptitiously
Mm-hmm.
a bit.
Mm-hmm.
Is there any text at all from anyone or anything?
Mm-mm.
I'm gonna flip over this contact card if I
Mm-hmm.
could.
Please do.
Well,
You may
that makes
replace
sense.
you may replace the old blank Faisal card with the updated Faisal card. Would you let people know about it?
Yes, Fazlil Saud, Saudi prince, Baghdad, the previous encounter. He's got art history, high society, bureaucracy, and charm for his investigative skills.
Mm-hmm.
So much charm. And he's got cool 2 and preparedness 1 for his regular
Mm-hmm.
skills,
Mm-hmm.
which, wow, cool 2, and yet he lost it this much. Okay.
Yeah, you're not his dad. His dad he can be cool with. You know what I mean? That's all I'm saying.
Um,
I wish I could invite you back, but I can't.
I know. I wish I could say yes, but I cannot.
Well, listen, we'll see the opera together, and it's it's I think it's Viennese. It's the first time it's been performed in a while, so I'm sure it'll be interesting. At least the whole thing's in German, but it's all about some sort of vampire and death and all of that.
Yeah, I know. I checked. I look forward to seeing you there.
All right, shall
But
we? Oh, I imagine you have to go.
I do one moment. I want you to know something. If I should ever disappear again, it will never be because of you. Don't hold any guilt for
Really?
me. Promise.
All right. Listen.
Could be your
Um,
father, to be honest, but you know.
well, if my father did anything, I would have to figure out how to stand up to him.
You have it in you.
But maybe.
No, you do.
Listen, I don't know what will happen with us, but I hope something. And I do have to go back to Baghdad. But if you are in danger, I can get you out of here. I can.
Yeah, but there's that flaw again. I am going to do my best to be safe.
All right.
I think I need to see this through. God, I wish I was someone different sometimes.
What are you seeing through? Well, you know what? I suppose you can't tell me. So don't tell me. Whatever it is.
No, I can tell you. It's an old story about someone who wanted what he wanted and didn't care who he hurt along the way.
Mm.
All I need to do is prove it.
All right. Well, someone wants what he wants and doesn't care who he hits along the way. People like that don't pay attention to regular people, usually. And if they don't respect someone, they don't care about them, they'll make mistakes, leave trails, and maybe that's the thing you can use to get them, whatever it is.
You and I have the same mind. I apologize
Don't.
for missing dinner.
No, I thought that was it, but I'm glad to know it wasn't. Listen, are you in like serious trouble though, or are you like, is this like for real, or no?
Why'd you ask?
I mean, if you're in serious trouble, you don't do whatever it is that'll get you in trouble. I don't want anything to happen to you.
I don't want anything to happen to me either.
All right. You'll show up, right? For the opera?
A swarm of bats couldn't keep me away.
All right. Good. I just remembered something. Fatima, she
Yeah.
said something to me. She said, sort of strange. She said, don't know what it quite means. But when I was talking about you, she said that I don't, hearing about you, she said, was like hearing about an echo. I don't know what that means, though, but I thought it was sort of poetic, I guess.
I think I do.
She was very interested in you, though, I have to say. She asked me all about you. I didn't think she'd be
I
so
imagine
supportive,
she would.
actually. But she was.
Sure.
She wanted to know about like where you were from and family, and I had to be a little bit embarrassed to say that I didn't know all those things, and I hope I get to learn them.
I was born in Halifax. My mother was from the UK, Indian. My father's Syrian. He was an immigrant. Died when I was 10. He well I he died when I was 10. It was awful.
I'm so sorry.
No, but I he died when I was 10. It was awful.
Yes, I what happened?
He died when I was 10.
I mean, you don't have to talk about it if you don't want to.
Anyway, after that, my mom and I we moved to the UK. I went to Edinburgh to study after getting into a lot of scrapes when I was younger. It's where I got all the scars on my knuckles.
I thought that maybe it was like the underground boxing ring or something.
Oh no, I was not nearly that cool. After a while, she got cancer, and I had to hold off my studies to take care of her. I didn't have to actually, but I wanted to. I still have some family in Leeds, but we're not close. She died shortly thereafter. I took some time to finish my studies. That's when I got contacted, I suppose. Went to McGill, got really involved there, did my PhD, started teaching. All the rest you know.
Syria, you were one of the founding members of the United Nations, as a matter of fact.
Yeah. A lot of people forget that.
Oh, I don't. Oh, you must know all about the history of Syria. Well, very interesting. The biggest place coming out of the Ottoman Empire.
I just realized you have no idea of knowing what my specialty is. The Ottoman Empire is one of
Oh,
the things I'm most studied in and most written in.
ah, huh. Oh, that must be very interesting. Um, hmm.
Yeah, I think I started because I want to connect. I wanted to connect it more to my history, and then I kept on getting involved and more interested.
Listen,
Especially after Dad died. Yeah, you gotta go.
no, is there something about your father's? I mean, I don't want to be rude, but I feel like you want to tell me something.
He died when I was 10. It was awful.
All right. You don't have to tell me anymore if you don't want to. It's all right.
I mean, after it all happened, I was talked to by the police for a long time. I don't exactly remember everything. I was 10, and it was awful. But they told me some things, and they asked me what I saw, and I told them what I saw. I wasn't there. And I'm sorry. I think there's just it's funny. I don't think about that day very often. Probably should talk to someone about that. It's a bit of a blank spot, actually.
Yeah, you probably should. Huh.
And then Mum wanted us to leave very quickly. He died in his convenience store after school.
And you weren't
He
there,
used to
you
pick
said.
me up. I should have been. I was 10. He picked me up from school and he took me to the convenience store. Is what because he works there, and I used to steal chocolates. um, and he used to call me his little thief, and I, and then I was back in the convenience store again, and he was. I never saw the body, but I'm sorry. I think I don't remember.
Well, trauma can do that to a person.
Every single time I think of his death, I think I was 10. It was awful. Every single time.
By the way, I just thought I'd mention something to you. The Hamza is, you can feel it being warm against your head right now as you're thinking about this.
Great. Great, Trooper. The lovely present.
And you remember something. Not much. A woman with a kind voice saying, "Come with me." And you're taking her hand. It's like she was turning you away from something. But that's all. It's just like a very brief little flash of a woman telling you to come with her.
Came, took me away, just for a minute. I don't remember why. She had the sweetest voice.
In your memory, she was speaking Arabic, though.
I don't remember how he died. She was speaking the same kind of Arabic my father uses. Like she knew. She sounded like him, actually.
Perhaps she was a family friend, a grandmother or something?
How did he die? Why did my mum run like a bat out of hell?
Well, I'm sure it's in the papers.
Sit down. Wherever I am, I sit down.
Are you all right? Because he's like, uh-oh, right? And he sits down next to you and he's like, puts his arm around your shoulders. Like, whatever it is, it's probably in the newspapers. I mean, I could ask around.
This thing is driving me mad. And I take out the Hamza from my forehead. And I put it on the ground next to me.
You don't remember anything at all. It's fine.
It's fine. I'm fine. It's been a stressful couple of days.
Can I wish I could do something. You're clearly... Can I drive you back to the hotel? Or...
I actually have something to do tonight. Do you have a laptop on you by any chance?
Oh, no, but I've got my phone.
I have a USB stick, but it doesn't go into a phone.
Oh.
Did he tell me? He didn't give me any actual coordinates, did he? It's on the USB stick.
He did. Oh. He did tell you the coordinates. Because that is not on the USB stick. He told you.
Okay.
Privately.
It's all right. I don't need anything. I'll be okay. I pick up the Hamza again and I put it through my hands in a worrying sort of way. Like there's just something on the tip of my tongue, but
it's interesting. That's a beautiful piece.
15th century.
Fatmid, yes. It's a beautiful piece of jewelry. We had something like it, actually. He sort of goes and he pulls out like one that looks very, very similar from his pocket. Yes, this was actually a gift. I have one just like it. 15th century. Oh. Huh.
I look at it.
In his pocket. Oh, and he takes it back out to let you look at it.
Same script.
Mm-hmm.
Different saying. Color. Different
Same
saying.
Color. Mm-hmm.
What's the saying?
Yours says luck and misfortune. This one says misfortune and luck. They're the inverse.
They're a matching pair. Same craftsman, I'd be guessing, too.
Oh. Huh.
See the cut marks right here? Right on the edge.
Yes,
They're
yes.
worried away a bit on yours, but that's where the tool he used, or she used, uh, had a little nick in it. That's why it looks like that.
Oh. This was a gift, actually. My 10th birthday. It's a good luck
Something
charm.
about being 10.
Yes. I just kept it with me. Um,
My father's name was Farhan Abadi, and my mother's name was Zarakanu Patan.
Wonderful
That's
names.
all I can tell you about my family.
Well, I'll remember that. I can look into it if you like.
Oh, you don't have to do that. I'm sure it's fine. I take the Hamza and I slip it back into my hat. I keep taking my jacket on and off.
Oh, right, of course. I should probably make it into I'd make it into a keychain or something mine, but I don't want to mess with it. It's a good luck charm, you know.
It probably would have been used as an ornament for a turban or underneath a hijab,
Yes.
headscarf.
Oh. Huh. That makes sense. They do that in India quite a bit, actually.
During the Mughal Empire, yeah.
Yes. That's what that's what she said. Interesting.
She said, "You said you got it as a birthday present at your 10th birthday. Who gave it to you?"
Oh, Auntie Fatima, not my actual aunt, of course. She just said I'd need it.
And so you do. I'll see you at the opera.
All right. Well, by the way, I think it's a good sign we both have one then, yes? Sort of like, we are fated to know each other.
Either that or related.
Oh, no, I hope not. Also, as I said, she's not my actual aunt. She's just a family friend.
Oh, I know. But, maybe she made sure that a matching pair got it. Brothers or cousins.
Oh, isn't that more like an American thing, I guess?
I imagine. But also a European thing. I mean, this guy is probably related to half of his lovers.
Well, that's okay. That's actually also true. Are you a secret prince?
No, I'm afraid there's only one of us in this room.
Well,
I should ask you something.
Yes.
What do you think those papers are supposed to be? They're theatrical notes of some kind, but
Well, I would guess it's probably an opera. Would be my guess, because she's always described as an actress, but the note's there, so it's probably an opera. I would imagine she's an opera singer, which in of itself would be sort of interesting because opera singers didn't have great status at the time, and so an opera singer marrying a nobleman, that would be, well, it would be somewhat scandalous, right? He wouldn't marry someone like that in his sleep, but he loved her, so. Or something.
I love hearing you talk about this kind of thing. I'll take a picture of the portrait. Just in case I want to look into it later. Like I said, I'm curious. Of course.
Yes. It's funny, though, because nobody knew who painted it or what the commission was or anything like that. It was just sort of hanging there in the opera house.
Do me a favor.
Yes, of course. Anything.
Tell me everything's going to be all right.
Everything will be all right.
I believe you. I should get going. I'm late.
All right. Yes, please. I will see you in 2 days. Oh. He reaches in to his pocket, right? And he hands you something wrapped up in a napkin. You didn't come to dinner, so I thought you might want some biscuits.
Thank you. I grab them and I open up the bag I brought with me and just shove them in there.
So he doesn't notice the gun. That's cool. And he smiles. There, when you're still in the private space, he kisses you again. And he says, all right, I'm going to see you in 2 days, yes?
Farewell.
All right.
Oh, do me a favor.
Of course.
Don't get a wife just yet.
I won't. I can hold off a little while longer, of course.
Good. Go.
All right. And he heads out first, just in case there are people outside.
I have some coordinates to go find, don't I?
You could. There's so many things you could do right now. What would you like to do?
It's late.
Mm-hmm.
And I feel
Mm-hmm.
oddly unsettled, but I don't really know why. So, might as well get some fresh air
Mm-hmm.
and go to these coordinates and see what's up.
Mm-hmm.
Collect all the information I need. After all, that's what I do best.
That's true. You head out. Follow these coordinates using your phone. You've got to be able to make sure you can use Russian coordinates. And how do you get there?
How far away is it?
Not close. It's outside of London.
I have it, my Hums is still tucked over my third eye. Don't know why I took it out in the first place. And
Felt a little bit better when it was not there because he didn't remember anything. If you like avoidance, I guess.
I don't remember what you're talking about. I'm gonna straight up, could I just steal a car?
Yes. There are different ways to do that. There are different ways to think about that. To get a car like that, I'm going to need from you a couple of options.
Sure.
Mechanics would do it.
Mechanics sounds great. I think mechanics is great. What do you need from
that's
me?
One of the ways to do it. It's a quick test. It's not that big of a deal. I have a question before I set this difficulty for you, though. And I'm not implying anything about you, but have you stolen cars before?
Yes, actually.
5. 5 is the number.
No follow-up questions. Nope. None. It's just no. It's a 5.
It's a 5.
4. I will toss another die into that. I might as well. There we go.
What kind of car would you like?
Honestly, something that isn't going to be missed. You know? Some sort of junker someone can claim insurance on.
Yep. You know...
And nothing with GPS.
Sure. You have apparently stolen cars before. This is actually just like old hat. It's not difficult for you at all.
Everything that happened while I was in Leeds.
I don't know. It's probably just a college thing, you know. I guess.
You know, that's a thing you did in college, right?
Yeah. You are in this car, and you're going to take it out of the city.
Yep, I am.
Outside of the city. Not so far, but enough. You follow these coordinates and you find yourself driving down now the orbital major roads and a minor road. You seem to be going into rural lanes, fields.
Sure.
The moon is full and bright. It's clear. As you're heading out
Sure,
on a
where are you
smaller
going with
road.
this?
Nowhere. I mean, you're the one who's going somewhere, right?
Sure.
You make your way to these coordinates, and there is a small grove of trees. You have to make your way into this small grove of trees.
I'm gonna keep my cool. I'm gonna look around quickly. I have no die and sense trouble, so it doesn't really matter.
Hmm.
Actually,
Hmm.
no,
Mm-hmm.
no, it doesn't count for that. It's fine.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. So, as you are making your way towards wherever it is you're going, with all of your dice depleted,
Fuck me. Yeah.
you go deeper into this wooded area until you get to the coordinates themselves. And you see something, I don't know, interesting perhaps? The trees are sort of like standard trees for the most part. For the most part. Most of them are. Except for one. There is this one tree that is exactly where the coordinates are, that does not look like the others. This tree is old. And it is not from here. It is the only tree of its type in this entire wooded area with very little visibility. And it's in the middle of a perfectly circular clearing. So it's trees, 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 trees. Perfectly circular clearing, and right in the middle of this perfectly circular clearing is this tree.
I would like to use some notice
Mm-hmm.
to see if there's anything else I should be worried about here. And here's a weird one. Here's a weird one for you. Occult studies.
Do you have that as a
Of
skill?
course I do. Yes, I do.
Hmm.
It's one of my investigative abilities.
Interesting. Interesting, interesting. Because you could have not taken it, but you did. And
Indeed, I
occult
did.
studies is an interesting choice. Because there's also vampirology, but vampirology would not necessarily help you with this.
Would it not?
Necessarily. Not necessarily. There are a few things that crop up into your mind, but I need to ask you, do you step inside the circle?
I think right now I stay outside.
Hmm.
Too much of
The
this is unnatural
tree.
for me.
Oh, yes. The tree that you're looking at is a deep, sort of brownish. It's dark. You
Mm-hmm.
know, it's a tree that doesn't tend to live in the UK, actually.
Hmm.
It's a kind of tree that is actually quite. It's a good tree. It's nice. Uh, it is a Madagascar rosewood tree. And it's a hardwood, highly valued.
Yes.
Mm-hmm. For luxury furniture making and flooring, musical instruments, of course.
I've seen some examples in Nairobi. I've seen them.
You have, as a matter of fact. Rosewood's a great. It's a great tree. What is it doing here is another question altogether, actually. But rosewood oils are often used in perfumes.
It's also illegal to traffic nowadays, isn't it?
It is, as a matter of fact, illegal. It is an endangered species. This, as it turns out, is an endangered tree. There are not so many of them left. And maybe one day it will cease to exist, the rosewood. Yeah.
There's no other tree around here to help pollinate it either.
There's not at all.
So
that said, when you think about perfect circles in UK countryside, you often think about fairy circles, right? Circles of things that could take you to other dimensions, or circles of protection. There's a lot of like occult stories about like protection, doorways to other dimensions. These are fairy tales, of course.
yeah.
But what this tree is doing here is a bit of a question.
They're all fairy tales. Yeah, you're right. I'm gonna adjust my toque one more time, and I'm gonna
Do you?
pull up my glasses. Yes, I do.
Could you describe that in a bit more detail? Exactly what you do?
Know, I readjust it a little bit so the flaps cover my ears a little bit, and I readjust where the humza is because I haven't stitched it in. I was gonna stitch it in, but I didn't. I don't have the sewing kit on me, so I just readjust that a little bit.
Do you touch it with your fingers?
Yeah.
Okay, go on.
Why shouldn't I?
It's warm, by the way.
Yeah, of course it is. Wait, it's warm?
Mm-hmm.
And he touches it again.
It's warm.
I walk a step closer to the circle.
There's this... You can now see the blue glow emanating from it as you step closer. It's warm but not hot.
Here's hoping you work properly. And I keep moving.
As you go to step across the threshold into this place, there is a sense of the air being thick and heavy, and like as if it were a physical barrier that you could not cross through, except that you do. You step right through into this circle. And as you step inside the circle, it's as if all the sounds outside are gone. Like you're in a place that is safe, protected, quiet, unseen, perhaps. And there's this tree.
I look down towards the ground. Any signs of recent disturbance?
Recent? No. But it does seem to you as if this area at the base of the tree has been dug up multiple times.
I look around the trees, around the circle.
I'm going to put an asset on the board, but you cannot look at it just yet.
Okay. I feel frightened, I feel concerned, I feel scared a little bit. Maybe I feel like I'm being watched. And
maybe you do actually feel like you're being watched, as a matter of fact.
Yeah, maybe I do. But there's not much I can do about it right now. That notice is telling me nothing about being watched, and I don't have any dots and sense trouble. And that's fine. Everything's fine, actually. And I'm going to slowly dig in that same location.
With your hands?
You know what? I open up the bag. Is there a shovel in there or anything else, like a trowel, a spoon?
There's certainly a gun. Uh, there's certainly a gun in there. That's true. Um, there's a change of clothes, black, all black. Pair of boots, hiking boots. Um, there's some pounds and some euros, some money.
Yeah,
A
yeah.
little bit of mix of things. A protein bar, um, a can of Diet Coke. Um, there is not, however, a shovel. That said, this place has been dug up multiple times. You can do it with your hands. It'll just take a bit of time.
Are there any gloves by any chance?
There are absolutely gloves.
I will put those gloves on and then start shoveling through.
You start digging into the earth. Whoever put something here has checked on it. And you remember that Shevlenko said that he checked on it multiple times. Whenever he would come back, he would just check to make sure it was still here, whatever it is.
I imagine this starts feeling very familiar as the
Mm.
archaeologists
Mm.
digging up
Yes,
lost treasures. Yeah.
absolutely. And it takes you like an hour to dig through because what you're looking at is somewhat deep. Well, not that deep. It's not like 6 feet or anything like that, but you would say maybe 3 feet in. And after about 3 feet or so, you feel something. You hit something. It's not bad.
No.
It's a box.
I'm going to take a quick look around one more time. Just one more time. Because again, I've been paranoid this entire time. That happens when you don't have sense trouble anymore. You get paranoid.
Hmm.
Uh,
Hmm.
Actually, would surveillance help me out here?
Not in this moment. But
That's
I will
fair.
say, you do feel like you're being watched, maybe. And the soil around the box is wormy. It's a box, by the way, or a bundle.
Yeah, yeah, a box. You are giving me pins and needles. I hope you know this.
Hmm.
And I'm going to pull out. He's going to pull out the box. Carefully. I mean, he's an archaeologist. He's treating this with the
Hmm.
same sort of dignity and respect that he would
Hmm.
anything buried underground.
It is a metal strongbox. The lock, it's old though. You would guess 50 years old, maybe? The box itself. The lock is
So,
broken.
around the Cold War.
Yes, indeed. Right around the Cold War, as a matter of fact. And as a matter of fact, about 50, 40, probably right or Kim Philby died in the 80s, so it could be about after that, perhaps.
Sure. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
The lock is
Mm-hmm.
broken.
It is. It's been buried multiple. You're going to guess that Shevlenko has obsessively come here, undug this thing, and then redug it. By the way, the Hamza feels a little less potent having crossed through this threshold. Not much, but just a little. As if it has exerted itself. Anyway, Shevlenko would regularly, you would guess, looking at the way the way the earth is not as packed right around it. Whenever he came into this area, would come in, dig it up, make sure
Where
it was
he
there.
wearing his hand, likely.
Mm. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
And if mine is dimming a little bit, I imagine
Just a
his
little.
got weakened over time.
Yes, indeed.
Ah, that man was a fool. Okay. While it's still slightly
Was he?
underground, Oh, who knows? I turn it over a little bit because I look at the back of the box. I turn it back because this is what you do. You examine things. Is there a rattle as I do so? I'm being very gentle.
There's the sound of something inside shifting.
So he didn't pack it with anything else, or if he did, there also it's paper or something. It's not two things shifting around in there, and it's not too much paper because otherwise it'd be padded. And while it's still halfway underground, I'm not pulling it all the way out. I'm gonna crack open the box. So it's balanced on my palm into the earth a little bit.
Inside, there's some papers in a folder. Very modern, nothing particularly old, although, you know.
I take that out and put them to the side. Is there anything else underneath there?
Nope, just some envelopes. Large envelopes, by the way.
Not what I was expecting.
No.
All right.
There's one that seems much more important than the others. One is just like a manila folder, you know what I mean? But then there's this envelope that is sealed.
When I grasp the envelope, does it feel like there's a full piece of paper in there?
No. Something thicker than that. Maybe passport-sized?
Same dimension? No, not the same dimensions. Okay. I tuck them into my jacket, and I hug them underneath my arm. And I take the box.
Envelope. The envelope. By the way, the box itself, when you look on the inside, it is lined with wood. It's an old metal strong box that is not normally lined with wood, but the inside of the box is lined with wood.
And it was added afterward, I'm guessing. It wasn't intentionally made. Yeah. What kind of wood? You know what? Actually, Trooper, don't tell me, because I think I can guess.
Please.
Rosewood, perhaps?
It is indeed rosewood. It is lined with rosewood, which is a very expensive sort of rare wood for an old metal lockbox.
Unless you were trying to protect something from shadowy eyes.
Perhaps.
Thinking twice, I'm going to take the lockbox out. I'm going to open up my bag. I'm going to take the gun and put it in its place. And then take the lockbox and all the stuff with... No, actually, all of that stuff is still... The big, thick envelope, not the manila folder. The big, thick envelope, I will put back inside the lockbox and take the lockbox and put it inside the bag. The manila folder, which I feel is fine, is going to stay tucked underneath my arm.
Would you like to know what's inside the manila folder?
Not yet, because I do want to tell you that I bury the gun there.
Interesting. I'm going to note that.
If someone should come to look, that's what they'll find.
That is correct. So, you have this sealed envelope and this manila folder. The envelope is inside of this lockbox inside of your bag. Now what do you do?
I'm going to get into my car as soon as I can.
We have to rewind. We can't go from A to B that quickly. You are inside of the circle with the bag. Now what do you do?
I close the bag. I stand up. I take one more look around.
You look around. You turn around. Is that correct?
Yes.
There, it is almost midnight, you know. Right on the outside of the circle, you see two red, burning eyes The eyes of a predator, but not down here, right up about here, in the darkness on the outside of the circle.
Between me and my car?
Mm-hmm. Your car's over there.
I don't glance towards it. I triangulated in my head, because I can do that. I triangulated in my head.
Oh,
Could
it's
I?
too late. You've seen them. The eyes.
Yeah.
They're there, and they're looking at you. And emerging from the darkness, stepping towards the circle, in a dark, very expensive suit and a silk tie. Simon Thonradell stands on the outside of the circle with a smirk.
I suppose I should ask how you found me.
He says, if you'd kindly... And, when you saw him before, right, Simon?
Yep.
He sort of slouches quite a bit when you saw him before. He kind of looked like an arrogant and decadent...
Disaffected aristocrat boy, yeah.
Yes, all of that, as a matter of fact. And
this is the guy from the painting, isn't it?
Oh, it is. It absolutely is. And now he is standing straight and tall. And he's standing right outside of the circle. And he smiles at you. And his teeth are long. Longer than they should be. And you can see that he is not looking directly at you all the time. Sometimes his eyes slide down from your eyes right to the jugular, right at your neck. And he says, if you would kindly give me what you found inside the box.
I think it's
before you respond.
Talk. Yeah?
Before you respond,
I need you to make... I'm not liking it.
I need you to make a cool check.
Okay.
The number is 12 to advance. As his eyes bore into you, and you feel very much coming from outside of you, but somehow inside of you, the desire to do what he says. That said, I would like you to turn over that edge that you have waiting for you. Could you read it?
Blood thinning 2. You prevented Thornriddell from having his most recent meal. Poor old Lynn. Mm-hmm. Discard for an extra die in any test to resist his supernatural shadow influence.
If you had not ensured, gotten Lynn to safety and ensured that she was not going to be his next meal, then he would have had his next meal, which would have been really great for him and his ability to influence others.
Okay. I also, once per mission, this is the mission, gain +1 cool dice for any supernatural challenge. I feel like this is supernatural. That's my hot take.
This is correct. Yes.
So with the right usages of edges, I have 2 dice for this because I do not have any regular cool dice left. And this is not a quick test, I'm imagining.
That is correct.
So there's a stunt I could pull, and I could ask for an extra problem.
There is no stunt for this, but there is an extra problem.
Well, let's see if I get double sixes first. That seems only fair. So we'll use the Amulet of Aisha first.
Because I will tell you something.
Yeah.
There is absolutely an extra problem you could have here.
That I don't like that.
By the way, the maximum number of extra dice you can ever get for any roll is 3. So you're currently at 2.
If I discard the right cards.
That is correct.
Okay. Okay. I'm going to...
He's beckoning you to leave the circle.
Oh, I know. And I imagine he looks pretty, too. Damn it, that's just a 2.
Describe this moment as you can feel. You need a 12. You can feel... It's as if his eyes are burrowing into your mind. As if strings are being tied to your feet.
I feel that.
As he stands there, looking.
And I think, truthfully, there is an internal revulsion, right? Mixed in with that sort of supernatural attraction. Because this is not the type of man I would normally fall for. But I think every single string in me is pulling, right? It's that, because that's how supernatural powers work. They're drawing your eye any way they can. It's not like he knows what attracts me or not. But if I can be attracted to him, I will. So I feel like a tug and a drawback in the same breath.
Yes.
And the drawback right now is not as powerful as it should be. But his blood is thinning, and we're going to remove that card, and we're going to roll another d6 for 3. 5.
You're at a 5.
I'm at a 5.
How many cool dice do you have in general right now?
I'm not.
Are you at full cool?
So I'm not. I'm at. I think I'm at. Here's the thing. I think I did a cool stunt last episode. And I might have accidentally X'd out all my dice instead of just the 1.
Oh, no, if you do a stunt, it's 2 dice.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
Okay.
Yep. Because it's 2 dice for a stunt. 2 dice for... It's 2 for 1 if you stunt. So,
yes. Which means I don't have any invasion either. So, I have 0 cool dice. I think. I think that's the case.
You just spent 2?
I just spent 2. And I'm at a 5. I'm at a 5. Now I can ask for an extra problem.
You can.
Here's a question. You gave me the Lenart dossier.
I did.
Ages and ages and ages ago. And I did take time while in possession and said I looked through it. But that was before I got this specific paper version of the Edge that allowed me to give a free push usable for situations relevant to Lenart's research.
But that push will not help you here, because pushes will not give you an extra die.
It's true. It's true. Okay. So we're going to
like
ask
that
problem.
Extra problem?
I will. I'll take it.
Okay. Let me go find it for you.
If you're in chat, just like give me good vibes. Give me any edge you have, okay? Just give me your cards. I'll just store them here. Just right here. Whatever edges you have. Because I don't have as many as I would like for this.
Oh, is it not here? No. What is this one? What's this one? What is this? Let me see what this is. I don't know if this is the right one. Let me just double check. Don't look at it yet. Let me see.
That's okay.
Oh, it's not flipping, so that's not it. Hold on. I made this card for you as special. It is called, by the way...
boyfriend out of this. Yep, go ahead.
What? So it's called Open Book, is what it's called. And... that is exactly what it's called. And Open Book... Let me see. It doesn't seem to be right there. So let me see if it's over here. Because I do want you to have it, you know? Open Book, by the way, is also a continuity problem.
Of course it is. Why wouldn't it be, honestly?
And with open book, you feel, I'm remembering what I wrote, you feel his fingers going through your mind, looking for every secret you might have. You know? Any kind of advantage that he might have. And he finds something, a name, a face.
Fudge. Heck.
He finds Faisal in your mind, and he smiles. You have an extra die.
And that's a continuity problem.
It
Great.
is.
Oh my god, that's 6. That's 6 total
That's a
now.
6. I will note you have a +1, just generally speaking, which brings you to a 7.
Yes. If I had only brought the prince here, I could have his 2 cool dice. Yippee-ki-yay.
So you're at a 7, and you've got your 3 bonus die, but you did not rest. So, do you think that's good enough for a hold? You did not take time.
I do not remotely think that's good enough for a hold, but that's because I'm aggressively paranoid.
So, do you know what?
Hold on. Let me get something to hold. Okay. Yeah, hit me.
It is not good enough for a hold.
That's what I thought.
It is a setback. And he asks you to come forward, to step outside of the circle. And you do. With the box, with the bag, you move forward and closer to the edge. And as you get closer to the edge of the circle, the Hamsa glows, as if telling you, do not step outside of this circle. And then you do. You step outside of the protection of this circle. And he laughs.
Does the compulsion stop after I step out, or is it still effective? No.
It's still in effect.
Good to know. He laughs.
He does. And then he leans in, his fangs bared, mouth open. And he is going to drain you of all of your life. Before that happens, would you mind turning over the problem card that you get for this setback?
Not that it matters. I'm gonna die. Flip card.
Please read it for me if you
Thornwardell's
would.
eyes began to penetrate your mind, and you found yourself paralyzed. With a smile, he stepped forward, fangs bared. He was going to feed you.
Thank you.
Oh, yeah, that's what I said. He was going to feed on you, take over your soul, but then he found something deep in your mind he didn't like, and so he changed his mind about having you as his thrall. That is not comforting.
So he doesn't feast on you.
No, that's bad. Oh, let me mark my shadow. Hold on.
And as he sort of like, you are outside of this place of safety, and he's about to just sink his fangs into you. And as he gets close enough that his teeth are about to graze your skin, he smells something, sees something in your mind, and he steps back.
I'm not your usual type, I imagine. You wanted what was in there, right?
He pulls out his hands like this, and you can see he was going to do this the pleasant way, and now he's not. You have a fighting test, my friend. He lunges towards you in some kind of rage. He's
I think
cool and contained in his rage, but you can tell that whatever he saw in you upset him very much.
So, you brought up a great thing during the break to me. Chat didn't see this, but you brought up a great thing during the break to me. That cache of mine can be anywhere. And I can have already put it someplace safe. So I'm going to drop the bag, reach into it, and pull out a very ancient-looking dagger. And I'll discard this. Conceal Mastery.
I need to know something about this dagger.
Of course.
I need to know what it's made out of.
I've had a chance to look at this amulet for a while. And I noticed that this amulet of Aisha, the amulet of Aisha I gave to Anna, well, I will eventually have to Anna. And you come to think of it, the prince's amulet are all made of the same material, aren't they?
Yes, that is correct.
A fine silver.
Interesting.
And that's exactly what this dagger is made out of.
Interesting. I see.
It's got a beautiful
have in your
handle of
possession
some kind.
An ancient silver dagger. Please go on. Tell me about it.
It's give me 1 second, because I'm gonna pull up an image in my head. So it comes in a sheath made out of, oddly enough, although he didn't realize it at the time, rosewood. Because I could just declare things.
Yes, you can.
And it's
in your
inlaid
cache.
It's inlaid with various metals. The tip is itself silver as well, of the sheath, and the dagger is handled in the same rosewood as the sheath. As he pulls it out, there's a fine silver blade. One side is completely flat. The other side goes up to a sharp point in a curve, and that's the side that's sharpened. It's made out of silver. There's a scrolling text on it that I haven't thought to read just yet. And it's one of the many artifacts that have gone missing from the British Museum. Because I was told to authenticate it, and you know what? I couldn't find a single place it really came from. It seemed wrong in all sorts of ways, but a silver blade, that doesn't make a lick of sense. It's specifically from the Ottoman period, so it's not that ancient, it's just old. But it's from early on. And as I flip it around in my hands, believe it or not, I did prepare for you. And I will engage in a fighting test.
This is fighting, because that is the skill you used, rather than shooting for the gun.
Yes. And I'm too close by, honestly.
You are. I will tell you this. You do need a 12 for this.
But I have an extra problem I can take.
Yes, you do have an extra problem you can take, as a matter of fact. And you can stunt if you have something appropriate that you still have 2 dice left in.
And I have a beautiful silver dagger.
You do.
And if this were a movie, depending upon the kind of movie, I'll either win or lose. So there you go.
This is the last roll of
Indeed
the
is.
scenario, by the way. Just so you know that. You would not necessarily have had to have made this roll if you could have stayed in the circle, but he was able to overcome your will.
I want Chad to know that I did want him to survive. I did. And maybe he still will. So hold out your hope. Vampire versus wolf. Oh god. No, hold out your hope. The first d6 we are going to use comes to a 6.
A 6. He lunges at you, you outside of the circle, his fangs bared. You could tell that he was going to go about this, perhaps use you, perhaps take you, right? Sort of dominate you and make you his thrall in some kind of a way. But something about you made that no longer possible, and he reaches for you, fangs bared, claws growing out of his fingers, his eyes glinting red, the eyes of a predator. And he lunges at you, and please describe to me how this goes. We're not done yet, but tell me how it goes.
I drop the bag when he raised his claws. And as he reaches down to swipe, I reach down to get the dagger from the bag, completely missing me just once. But this it's still happening. It's still happening.
Yep.
And I say, believe it or not, I prepared for this. And as I draw it out, the sheath is still just in the bag, but you can see, the rosewood sheath as I draw out the silver blade. And I take a deep breath, and I take one step in, and it's pretty clear. In this moment, Illyaz knows how to use this dagger. He really does. He's been trained. It's not reaching out from his fist, but it's in a reverse grip, because he's going to try and plunge it down through his neck into his heart.
Yeah.
Because I don't know how fucking vampires work, but that's how it works in the movies.
Give me your second die roll. This is the second of your 2. Unless you like to stunt now to get an.
I would like to
have an extra buff. What are you stunting in? What do you have left? Because you, my friend, did not rest, and you are very low on many things.
It's true. It's true. I'm very low on many things.
It's pretty desperate.
I've demonstrated, I think, that I'm prepared. And in the brief time in which I was coming in, I imagined what would happen if I saw Simon Thornriddell. And I imagined 2 different scenarios. I imagined him at the opera and what I would do to try and talk him out of whatever he's going to do, because I didn't want this. I didn't even want to interact with him at all.
Yeah.
But then I imagined what a Hungarian-trained nobleman would do.
Yes.
I didn't expect the claws, maybe, but I suspected that he would come attack, right?
Yeah. Yeah.
I know his moves. I'm prepared for this. And as I do that, I feel sudden in this moment. I know what to do. I can do this. Because he doesn't know me, and I know him.
What have you prepared for him? Give me an object or an item that you're going to use to help you.
Oh, I don't need to give you an object or an item. Why would I do that?
Because
I said earlier that he's not my type. I'm not his type.
That's fair. That is fair.
So as one hand goes to get the blade, pulling out, I pull out a cell phone. And there's a picture of Anna just... Oh. Because I saw that passport. And so I draw to the side to pull out the blade, and it falls to the ground almost in slow motion. This picture of Anna, to stare at him from the place in which I was just standing.
Please roll that second die of 3.
4.
That's
a 10 so far. I could take an extra problem.
You could, but you do have one less die left.
What does he do?
As you drop this thing, his eyes immediately go towards it, like he was about to come at you, perhaps rip you to pieces like he did. And he has some unnatural strength. He is fast, and he is hungry. And as you drop the phone, his eyes immediately go to it, and he sees the face of his true love, shall we say. And his eyes are fixed on it, giving you just one extra moment.
I knew that this would be the case. So what do? I'm between this circle, and this is a slight change to the plan I had in my head because I didn't know the circle would be here, but I see his distaste of it. I see him distracted by this image, so I take another step and I box him in between the circle on one side and me and my blade in the other.
So you just circle around him.
And honestly, if he could just look away, he could have exactly what he wants. That manila envelope fell to the floor. It was tucked underneath my arm. Right? The bag is there, but that's not what he wants. Or at least I don't think that. Okay, now I could take an extra problem. I can use my extra die. Here's the thing. What's the benefit of keeping that die left? What would I even use a push for? So as long as it's not a 1, and it is not, it's a 2, that's a 12 total. That is a 12 total, Trooper. And I reach over.
Tell me.
I grab the dagger. I completely maneuver himself around him. I hesitate for just a second. Because in that hesitation, God, it's almost cruel. I grab him around the waist and I stab the dagger right behind his clavicle, through his throat, into his heart, and I whisper in his ear, "Go join her. Why don't you?"
The dagger plunges exactly where you imagined, and I'm going to show you some cards, if you don't mind.
Oh, God. Okay. Yeah, sure.
I'm going to show you this card first. It's a problem card, and I'm going to show it to you, and I'd like you to turn it over as you plunge. What does it say?
It's a vampire problem. Special kind of vampire problem. Invulnerable. Your weapons couldn't hurt it. Bullets went through the monster's pale flesh like mist. Ordinary weapons cannot hurt this vampire. You need to find something that can.
Yes. What was that last thing that it said?
Ordinary weapons.
That is correct.
Cannot hurt this vampire.
Do you think that the weapon you have is what you need?
Deep in Illyaz's mind.
Do you think that? That's my question.
Deep in Illyaz's mind. He doesn't know. But he knows this. He's investigated this blade. It's the reason why he was able to take it in the first place. And there is nothing ordinary about it.
Would you turn over this edge? Please note, audience, we have not discussed any of this at all. I made these cards a couple of times ago, and we have not had a conversation. What does that say?
Edge. Vampire. Silver. Dr. Ingolf's notes on his study of vampiric blood. Dr. Ingolf's silver cufflinks accidentally touched a sample of vampiric blood he was studying. There was an immediate adverse reaction, and 50% of the blood cells were destroyed. Could this be a way? Could this be a key to destroying the vampires once and for all?
Please describe this moment. Simon, his mouth opens in shock. And his body begins to turn to mist. Begins to dissipate.
I remember something.
Crumble. Please. His eyes continue to stare at you.
Yeah, he's looking up. I'm holding him in place. And I remember
as his body begins to just disintegrate,
I remember something the Ottomans did. Just in case. Might as well treat you like my ancestors. And I pull out the dagger from his heart and chop off his head.
You chop off his head before it can dissipate into mist. And the silver dagger slices right through the neck, and his head falls and tumbles onto the ground. What do you do looking at this face in shock?
You wanted what was in the circle so big? Sorry. You wanted what was in the circle so badly? Tag. You're it. And I kick him into the circle. I kick this head into the circle.
And you would like to, but it bounces off of some sort of invisible barrier and is blocked from entering. And then there's a beat. And it begins to disintegrate. It's like, kind of like it's like tipped over at an angle against this invisible barrier. And as the life force of this vampire dissipates, it falls into the circle. The mist covering the ground.
Please tell me the thing's fucking dead, I say out loud.
Well, I have a card for that,
Of course you do.
I do. And this is the card. I don't know if I put, I do not know if I put continuity on it. I didn't, but it is a continuity card in this instance, please. If you would.
No quarter. You think you might have actually killed a vampire. They can be killed. This fills you with renewed determination. Discard one shadow problem.
You do have a shadow problem. Now, it's not that one. That one is no longer relevant because you killed the vampire that it was attached to.
Oh dear. I'll remove it right now. And I will remove the invulnerability too.
Yes. It is the open book problem, which is a shadow continuity problem, wherein Faisal has been tagged. You can, with no quarter, get rid of that.
And I would.
Or you could just keep it for yourself.
No. Keep what you care about safe.
Open book is gone. And you stand there, right outside of the protective circle, with just an empty suit on the ground. Perhaps you remember movies where vampires turn to mist to escape.
I do.
You know that is not what happened this time. You killed him.
I killed him.
You did. All for what was ever is inside of that box, of that envelope.
There's a time in which he's just breathing heavily. The dagger is still midair where he slashed through a vampire's neck because he can't move. He can't contemplate what he just saw. And he puts the dagger back in the sheath inside the bag. Takes the manila envelope that dropped to the floor from the floor.
The envelope, by the way, has fallen open, and inside there are photographs of artifacts from the Iraqi National Museum. Photographs taken probably in the 1970s, you would guess.
Mm-hmm.
And they are all items connected to expeditions by St. John Philby. And there is also a photograph of that dagger.
take the photographs and I put them back in the folder. I open up the bag and the metal and rosewood box.
Mm-hmm.
I take the photographs and I put them inside.
Mm-hmm.
I crack open the envelope,
Mm-hmm.
but I put it just to the side for now.
Mm-hmm.
And I take the little USB key out of my jacket pocket and drop it in with those folders. I mean, with those photographs. Let's see what so many people have fought and died for. And I pull out the key.
It is a booklet. A very old booklet. Not that old, actually. I just mean old in its contemporary sense. It is a passbook. A passbook for a bank deposit box. It is for a bank, a Swiss bank. The Swiss Kerner Bank. But this is for a branch of this bank in Baghdad. And this passbook will allow you to get the contents of box 1247 at the Baghdad branch of the Swiss Kerner Bank.
He slips it into his jacket pocket. Well, Faisal was right. I should go back to Baghdad. And with that laugh, he closes up the box with the rest of the items in it. Closes up the bag. Heads towards his car.
You get a text.
As I open up the phone, I send off a quick email. And I'm going to, as one of the last acts for this campaign, I'm going to discard Osman Fayez. I'm going to let him die.
Yeah.
And use a little high society or bureaucracy push, whichever one you think would work, to get 2 tickets to Halifax for Lynn and her cousin, and have them waiting at the airport for them.
And that means, my friend, that nobody will be able to track that one. No one can leak in case there are any leaks.
Yes.
But
and then I check my text.
There's a text for you. I'm going to drop you a file in our Discord, and I'm going to show the audience also what you see. Let me just put this in here for you. And my dearest, most beloved audience, in his phone, there is an encrypted message that comes across. And it is this.
Signal's weak. Robin, punch it up. I know that you don't know who I am. My name is Archangel. You do not have to trust me. You just have to listen. Those of us that know, that really know what lurks in the dark, we're meeting in Paris at the Chat Noir Cabaret, noon on Bastille Day. It might be your only chance, but I know it's ours. I'm gathering the seasons. The time has come. Cut it, Robin.
The audience is done watching. What about you?
How much longer till Bastille Day?
You can get there. But you can also go to the opera first.
Oh, of course I'm going to the opera first. And that's what he thinks to himself. He places everything back and he walks towards the car. and thinks about the very nice tuxedo that was purchased for him.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
Maybe it's a good time to look a bit dashing.
And with that, as you head to your car, you did have a question about how it was that he found you. And it's a bit of a mystery. Although, as you get in your car, you notice on one of the trees a bat watching you and fly off. That is our adventure, although you may epilogue in the UK if you wish. Give us our outro scene.
2 days later, after a good night's sleep and a couple more talks at the conference, ones that he witnessed, and a couple more interactions with Fiona, he goes to the opera.
This is it, by the way.
It's a Viennese opera. And he sits beside Fuzzle, and he says, "You know, I really am sorry for freaking out earlier. I think we're going to be okay."
Right. Of course we will. And the overture for De Vampire comes on. And you see this opera where there's an evil Hungarian nobleman who is terrorizing a number of people. And there's a fellow who did not realize he was a vampire but accidentally saved his life and then is sworn to secrecy, but then it turns out the vampire wants to destroy the one person that he loves. And there's quite a bit of dramatics throughout this opera.
No one can really see it. I don't even think the prince notices, and the actor certainly doesn't. But there is this brief moment where he raises a glass as a toast to that soon-to-be dead Hungarian vampire.
And that is the end of our adventure.
Oh boy!
Oh! Ah!
We did it. We lived. I didn't think we would at the end there, but we did.
I had an extra problem for you, if you'd wanted it in that fight.
I'd love to see it. I'd love to hear about it.
Oh, it was a lot of physical damage for you.
It's okay. I
Terrible
had
broken
grit.
arm.
It'll be fine.
You did have grit. That was a good choice because you could have countered that. But that was our adventure, my beloved audience and all of y'all. And before we get to the outro, I'll just say, that could have gone very differently. And just for the record, if you had a setback on that last roll, you would have died. That's it.
Oh, I know. What was the hold, by the way? Out of sheer curiosity.
Well,
for the cool roll and for the...
Yes. So that depends. That depends on something. And for the cool roll, if you had held, you would have been able to not step outside of the circle. That's just it. You were able to keep yourself held inside the circle. And if you had done, the physical fight would not have happened because he was not able to get inside of that circle. Only by failing that cool roll or not being in the circle would that physical fight have happened, but you did fail the cool roll, so you did step outside of the circle.
Mm-hmm.
Now, the hold for the physical fight depended. If you did not have a way to counter their invulnerability, the highest you could ever get on a combat roll would be a hold. you cannot advance if you cannot get past their invulnerability. So, it would have depended. Did you get a hold because you did not have a silver weapon that was properly enchanted? In which case, the hold would be a little different. It would be about you doing your very best to attack this person, but you know, uh, if you don't have the
Flying
weapon,
optimist.
what would happen is that you would basically have been able to have gotten back into the circle, and like your weapon would do nothing. You would have gotten back into the circle so that you're able to basically wait him out until he has to leave. You would be able to escape. Let's put it that way. That's the hold. You would be able to escape, not without cost, because then all those problems would still be there for later. But if you did have a silver weapon you held, he would turn to mist and he would escape. He would have to basically turn to mist early because he's like, oh, weapon bad, right? And he would have to you would be able to sort of injure him but not kill him, and he would be able to escape and still be alive. But you have the upper hand in that situation. And you would be able to actually, you know what I mean? You'd be able to discard a problem or so.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, but you would only be able to kill him on the advance, which you would
What
only
were
be able
the
to do if you
numbers?
had 9 is the hold number.
For both of them.
So, yeah.
Yeesh.
And I'm going to just note that that would have not been the case had you not, he would have been a 13 to advance for the fighting. It would have been a 13 to advance on the cool if you hadn't have, actually on both of them, it would have gone up to a 13 if you'd been able to eat.
Look at me
And by the
constantly
way,
denying vampire snacks.
13, by the way, is your max, is basically your top number. Like that is the most difficult you can have, is a 13.
When you get a +1, +6, and a 6, yep.
No, I mean, that's the highest difficulty number, advanced number you'll ever have.
Yep.
So you had the most difficult advanced number to have. Well, you would have, but you had stopped him from eating, so it went down to a 12. Because he wasn't as strong. Mm-hmm.
Damn.
Mm-hmm. Uh-huh. Yeah. And the hold it's a very high hold, like it's a high setback number, as a matter of fact. And if you had not saved Lynn Feinberg, she would be dinner and he would have been stronger. To let you know, Lynn is able to pick up Anna, especially since she killed Von Riddell. She's able to get there and get out. And because you got her tickets, neither CSIS nor the CIA or anyone else knows exactly where she's going, so she and Anna are safe. The USB stick is mostly a lot of FSB secrets for the CIA as a means to basically to buy the safety of Anna. And it's the kind of stuff you want about vampires is not in there. That most likely he was going to say in person, right? This was like his his authentication, right? Like his hey, this is good. But if you pass that information along, you'll be able to clear Lynn and Anna, right, of suspicion and make sure that they will be okay, at least from that part of it.
I would send 2 copies, one to Lynn, and even though he kind of drives me nuts, one to Albert.
Albert, by the way, is going to get a bit more power, which will be nice for you, since he is, after all, one of your contacts.
Nice.
And you have saved Lynn and Anna. And there are some people who are less happy with you, but there is a a gun smuggling ring that you know something about, and the figure there is going to the informant will be in Paris. There is something going on in Baghdad. There is what Shevlenko says was a curse that Faisal's dad said was a blessing, which you know.
And then there's the mysterious Fatima under two hands.
Yes, there is indeed the mysterious Fatima with her hands. An echo, she said. Well, well, well. That, my friend, and you killed a vampire, which...
And I killed a vampire! I wasn't
Which-
expecting that.
I was like, well, you're going in with all of your dice, with much of your dice depleted. This will be not as easy for you. But, okay, let's see how this goes. Yes. If you would, by the way, I wanted an episode title from chat. Could you say who you are, where we can find you, and then tell me, give some love to something that happened. Give like an excitement for something that happened. Give us some inside tea.
Of course. So, who am I? My name is Norden Leakavir. You can call me Werewolf. You can call me Norden. My pronouns are he, him, and you can find me online on Bluesky pretty much, and here on Twitch at WerefolfFeels. You can also find me in the Discord. So if you join the Discord, talk about the game, talk about the seasons, tell us what really excited you. Share some love yourself. And also thank you to chat. My love to them. I appreciate the fact that we went on both an episode longer and we went on longer than we should have. Because there was just that much information to collect and that much information to share.
And you had a chat with the prince.
I had a chat with the prince. And honestly, my favorite thing was that moment. Because we've been holding on to this, to the missing memory for a while.
Mm-hmm.
And I don't know when I was going to play it. And I don't know if you knew when I was going to play it. But you gave me the right trigger. I don't know anything about your family. And he would want to tell him about his family. And I didn't know what that would look like until I started, and I realized, no, he'd be stuck in that same moment again and again. He was 10. It's the thing that a kid tells you, right, about his dad dying, and you're like, I've got no more questions. I'm not going to bother you about that, right? It's a great brush-off answer. But unfortunately, it's the only answer he has.
Yeah.
So playing that moment was great. Playing, like, taking off the Hamza, being suddenly fine. Because the Hamza allowed him to realize what was going on. And, putting it back and then pretending like nothing was wrong. Like, that was a very fun moment to play. And it was really fun to see the prince freak out.
Yeah. He's like, oh.
No, what's going on? I just asked about your dad. I didn't want... Yeah. I'm fine. Yeah, that was a really good moment. That was a really fun moment. I also really liked... the classic spy work around the Brodfa. I think, I don't know if I was right about the lair or not. I don't know if I want to know, but it's, it's really fun to just have all of the parts, because I'm adding information that you have not told me, just assumptions. And very often those assumptions have proven to be correct. And I do appreciate your weaving of the story that allowed me to do that. It was really fun. You've done an incredible job.
Hey, look, if you had investigated the doctor's office, you would have found his notes about silver and the blood, because he had some vampire blood, as it turns out. And he had been doing experiments on it. And so that would have been one of the ways you could have found out about the Bane, their vampire Bane. But you didn't. And I was like, well, we'll see how this goes. And I was like, you do not know about what can stop that invulnerability. So worried about you. But you know what? You did it. And I'm very excited for that, because I didn't tell you. And I was like...
I gotta get... I was serious to chat. I said, I got this cash and I'm never going to get it. Trooper was like, well, it can be anywhere. It can be in the bag you are carrying. It can be anywhere. And until the moment I used it, I still forgot it was there. Until I was like, I've got no way. I buried my gun like a fool.
No, because that would not have helped you. That would have given
It
you the
would
bad
not.
hold. You know what I mean?
Yeah. But what do I do now? What do I do now? Oh, right. There's this. And Trooper did mention, I could say whatever I want in it. It says specifically like an unusual item can be in there. And I do notice that amulet's made out of silver. And I've come across 3 silver amulets. And those seem to be the things that always work. And then there's the rosewood. So a silver dagger with a rosewood handle. Yep.
Yeah.
It's great.
I was so excited.
It's great.
Because I'm going to tell you, if you had not pulled that out, I was like, well, the best you can get is a hold no matter what, and it will be a bad hold. It will be a bad hold. It will not be a good hold. You won't die, but it won't be great for you. You know what I mean? It'll be like it'll be a bad hold, actually.
And hey, there's the other thing. There's a thing that we haven't talked about. He tried to sink his teeth into me, and he found something he didn't like.
Oh, yes.
Anyway, Trooper, tell us about you. Tell us where. Give some love yourself. Oh, I should quickly say, October 2nd, Thursday, I will be on Wandering DM's channel playing a game of The Witcher. I'm playing a mage. Also, November, Game Master Monday has a podcast coming out, 4 episodes of The Demigods, featuring me and several other amazing people. Anyway, that's where you can find me next, Trooper.
Hey, I'm TrooperSJP, and before I say, let me just double check to see if I have any tips or bits and notices. I do not. Okay, so so here's the thing. How exciting. I'm going to start with my love first. I was so excited. If we didn't have that really touching scene with the prince, we would have certainly not gone over, but we did, and I was so happy for it. It was lovely. Because I had questions about where Illyaz was at, but also I knew a certain twist, which was that the prince thought that he left Illyaz and didn't realize that Illyaz had left him, right? Because, you know, he ran. So that was good times, and I was excited about that. Also, I have to give so much love for you killing Shevchenko on day 2. That was amazing. That was great. I mean, not great for Shevchenko, and that means there's some information you will not get, but it does mean that all of their plans were thrown off, right? It also means that it was going to be harder for you to get some information, and if you did not make some choices today, it would have been very different. I was just pretty much ready for Lynn to be dead and eaten, and Thornriddle to be stronger and it to be real bad. But hey, you decided to take that detour when you could have not. And you are right. That place was also his away from home lair, that block with all of the security. And yes, it is true. The Bluesky Bratva are all up in that vampire business. They have a security company in Baghdad that they control. They're doing stuff. What stuff? I guess you'll find out later. And what does it have to do with the black, the white, and the red, and the curse? I guess you'll find out about that one later as well. But it's bad. Anyhow, so I was just so excited by the ways in which you... I was just so happy when you pulled out that silver dagger. That was the best part for me. That was like my biggest love, is when you pulled out that silver dagger. I was like, nice. Because I couldn't tell you because you didn't do the thing. So I was like, well... You know, so thank you for your brilliance. That was lovely. That was my favorite part. I loved that. It was so good. Yeah.
Pleasure.
Ah, that was so good. I love that. So much love for that. That's my big love. You can find me. Oh, and I also want to give some love to Greg for the final video, which he got me. Thank you so much, Greg, because I wanted that video and we got it and I'm so excited. And yay. So let me see. I'm TrooperSJP. This is the best foxhole ever. And I want to thank you all for being here and like sitting and hanging out with us while we do this. And I will say you can find me, today is what? Saturday. So the next RPG you can find me in will be on Wednesday. at 4 p.m. Eastern over at Table Story for the finale of our 3-shot of Draconim, Scale, and Souls. We're going to go and do our heist and bust a friend out of prison. And also, friendship will become more magic. And then you can find me on Friday here at this channel, Eastern, 7 p.m. Eastern, at TrooperSJP here for part 2 of Microscope. I'm so excited for our Chronicle of the Horizon Seat, this amazingly kind of floating island world, and we're gonna dig on in. We've done all of our initial setup, and now we're gonna go and do it. So come and see that on Friday. I'm really excited about it, and I believe those will be all of my RPGs this coming week. So thank you. Thank you, everybody, for being here. Thank you for being awesome. Thank you for watching with us. And, more will come. More will come.
More will come.
The seasons are gathering. I'm not going to raid because I've got some things to do. But thank you, everybody. And take care of yourselves. And we will catch you on the flip side. Bye, everybody.